I asked you guys to do me a huge solid tonight. Bring an adult beverage. Bring any beverage of your choice. Sans for milk. Milk is not allowed in tonight's stream. You know how we do. Milk is not allowed. However, no kind of milk. I'm a vegan and I do almond milk. No almond milk, no soy milk, none of it. Okay. Anything else is allowed. Okay. So I told you if you had the time, I was bringing the wine. So you already know what it is. And before we get into the proceedings this evening, I'm going to make sure I say this because a lot of y'all like when I have some a little taste, you like to chop it up to me being lit. Louie's lit. He's drunk, whatever. Nah, I'm just going to tell you tonight, it's a celebration, okay? You know what this is. It's a celebration, bitches. Grab a drink, grab a glass, and after that, we kick some ass. You know what it is. You know what we're going to do tonight. We're going to toast to the season. Health, wealth, and kicking ass and taking names. And restoring order in the nation's capital. That's what tonight is all about. However, what I'm also going to restore is a bit of order, okay? Because your man Louie T's been somewhat out of order, and when I'm out of order, everything's out of whack because I don't want you guys to think that I'm somehow all in. I'm in, but I'm not all in. As long as Daniel Snyder is the owner of this franchise, you can never be all in. And there have been things that we've talked about, and I told you as we get closer to the season, I'm going to pull back a bit. It's easy in the offseason when nothing is going on to be extremely optimistic because there's nothing to lose at that point. But as we get closer and closer to the season, I get tighter and tighter and tighter because this team makes me uncomfortable. They've trained me to feel that way. So tonight, there's going to be a lot of reels, okay? The actual factuals that I'm going to drop on you, and I'm going to leave you to sort all of it out, okay? You pick and choose. Treat it like Halloween candy. You pick and choose what you want to run with, what you decide is pertinent. You leave the rest, okay? All of this may not be for you tonight. But I'm going to drop some gems on your melon, okay? You can open up and decide which ones actually land, or you can say, nah, I'm good on that one, Louie. I'm gonna stick with my 12 and 5. I'm feeling good. There's nothing you can say to me to get me to stop sipping slow or to stop drinking altogether or stop guzzling. Fair enough, okay? All my job is to bring you the actual factuals, or at least how I see it. Okay, all my job is to bring you the information. What you choose to do with it, it's on you. All right. So tonight's going to be a confluence of things. It's going to be a celebration. It's going to be a come to Jesus moment. And it's going to be everything else in between. Okay, because I think those two things are kind of at the opposite ends of the spectrum. But we got Ron Rivera talking, all right, right before the start of training camp and kind of debriefed us on what is going on, the injury situation, how he's feeling mentally heading into this season, some positions that he's keying in on. There are a lot of nuggets to, pull away from what he had to say. So we're going to do that here in a second. Also, I told you I wanted to talk about overrated and underrated players on this football team, both sides of the football. I'm going to throw a little twist and a monkey wrench in that discussion tonight. Again, it's all about the actual factuals tonight. So I'm going to give you some things to kind of get you in the right frame of mind, if you will. So with that said, let's start the night off with Ron Rivera's presser. And I'll be sipping slow throughout the course of the night. And then ultimately, we will toast to the season. We will toast to health and wealth, prosperity, winning football games, staying healthy, all of that good stuff. We'll toast to that eventually tonight. But while all of this is fresh on my brain, I want to talk about Ron Rivera's press conference. So Ron Rivera had his presser earlier this evening, and it was roughly about 21 minutes or so. And I thought the questions that were asked they were fair questions. Nothing seemed out of pocket. Nothing seemed too far-fetched. And they were questions that needed to be answered. I thought they did a pretty good job. And generally, I'm very hypercritical of our media because I'm not one of those people. Our media is so negative. I'm not that guy. Okay. They have a job to do. I don't always love the questions, but that's just not this media market. That's every media. The media in general is usually, I don't want to call them stupid, but they ask stupid questions. And I think sometimes they do their job and try to get a reaction out of players. You know, it's a tough loss. You know, they're frustrated. So you ask them a question that's kind of poking the bear, hoping to get some kind of a soundbite out of them that's going to go viral, because that's what reporters do. Some of them, at least, not all of them. And so I'm not a big fan of the media, but they have a job to do, and they're conduits for us. You know, we're not there. So they have to be the mouthpiece for us, essentially. And that's why sometimes it's frustrating, because they don't always ask the questions that we want to know. And, you know, sometimes you feel like, hey, you just need to back off a bit. At this particular moment, you're taking a step back, allowing that player, that coach to breathe, and then bombarding them on Wednesday when you see them again might be the right way to go about it. But anyway, I digress. I actually thought the media handled this presser well. The questions that were asked, I thought were pertinent and questions that we needed to either get answers to or at least see where Ron's mind was at heading into training camp. So the first thing that was important, okay, and everything that we're going to talk about tonight for the most part is important. You know, there may be a couple of interesting nuggets, but most of the stuff we're going to talk about tonight is important. And the first thing is as important as it gets, and that's the injury update heading into training camp. Who are the guys that are going to be placed on the physically unable to perform list? And that's the PUP list. And no surprises, which is a good thing. Everything that we thought we were getting from a PUP list standpoint, we're getting. Now, we didn't know to what extent and how the degrees of each player's injury and timeline would vary. That was the thing that I wanted to know. I was pretty much consistently telling you guys, don't look for Chase Young for the first, 6 weeks of the season, bare minimum. Okay. And Ron Rivera essentially confirmed that. I was hoping I was wrong and that somehow we get some miraculous, Landon Collins type recovery. But what you have to continue to understand is that Logan Thomas and Chase Young's injuries happened way later in the season. Remember, Landon Collins got hurt in October 2 years ago. These two guys got hurt after the bye week. The Raiders for Logan Thomas, the Buccaneers for Chase Young. So you're talking about November into December. I think Logan's injury was December. I think Chase's was November. So you're talking a lot further along into the season when these guys went down with a major knee injury. So I wasn't expecting either one of those guys to be ready for the start of the season. And it doesn't seem like either one is going to be ready for the start of the season. Now, Ron said that they were very encouraged by what they saw from both Logan Thomas and Chase Roullier. And he said Chase Roullier is probably the closest to be to getting ready to come back, which is a great sign because he would complete the offensive line as we've constructed it in our heads. Remember, we got two new guards. All right, but they're, I think, firmly entrenched as starters. We have our bookend tackles in Charles Leno Jr. at left tackle and Sam Cosmi at right tackle. So we know what this offensive line is supposed to look like, but until Chase Roullier comes back in and is the centerpiece and at that pivot position, we can't complete the cipher yet. So when he comes back, and remember, we're going to be perfectly fine if he's not ready to start the season off because we got Wes Schweitzer, and I've already explained to you that we're fine. We've got plenty of depth, and the guy that's backing him up, and Tyler Larson, is also on the mend. He's another guy that's on the PUP list. So let me quickly give you the PUP list in its entirety. It's Chase Roullier, it's Tyler Larson, it's Chase Young, and it's also Logan Thomas. Those are the four guys that are going to start the season off on the PUP list. Now, when I say season, I'm talking about the training camp into the preseason. They don't necessarily have to start the regular season on the PUP list. At any point, they can be cleared and removed from the PUP list. But the likelihood is that Tyler Larson, Chase Young, and Logan Thomas are all going to start the regular season on the PUP list, whereas Chase Roullier looks like he could be ready for, removal of the PUP list label by mid preseason. I don't expect him to play in any preseason games. but I do expect him to be ready come week 1. As per Ron Rivera, listening to him talk, he didn't utter those words, but the things that he said leads you to believe that Chase Roullier is a lot closer to coming back than the others. I think Logan Thomas, I'm listening to Ron talk. I think he's more of a week 3 guy, when he's coming back. Tyler Larson is depth. We hope we don't see him in the lineup at all at any point, but I think he's another guy that he could be ready, week 3, right around that same time frame with Logan Thomas. And I think Chase Young is more of a week 7, 8 type of guy. So I think that's the extent of the injuries. Let's hope it stays that way. So that was a good little injury report from Ron Rivera to kind of catch us up and get us up to speed on where those guys were in their recovery processes. The next thing that I want to talk about is the expectations for the season. Ron was very adamant to not put a specific expectation on the season like, hey, we need to make the playoffs this year. We need to win X amount of games, which is smart. There's no reason to do that. Now, that's the media. This is what I'm talking about. And this is the stuff that I don't like, but this is what their job is to do. They tried to pigeonhole them. They tried to put them in a box. Hey, is this a must-win season? Because, look, Ron, to their credit, Ron put himself in this predicament when he pretty much went balls to the wall this offseason. He was desperate. He overpaid for Carson Wentz. We've talked about all of these things already. And so he pretty much put it out there in the atmosphere that this was a big season that they needed to win this year. So the inferences that are being drawn by those who are paying close attention to the team is that, hey, you pretty much have said, not only with your mouth when you were going around with a world tour trying to recruit quarterbacks and players to come here, but you also with your actions and what you've done this offseason have essentially said, hey, we need to win and we need to win now. That said, he never put a specific amount of wins or, he never said this is a pivotal season for us. If we don't win, we could all be out of here. He never said that, a la Jay Gruden and Code Red. But he did mention when he first got here that it takes 3 to 4 years to change a culture and that year 3 was going to be huge and that he's been talking about year 3 being huge. And then he went out and got Carson Wentz. And so I think he's got more confidence. He's been emboldened and empowered by getting Carson Wentz, and they feel like they're ready to make that power move. So the prevailing thought was, hey, this is a big season. Is this a boom or bust? Is it playoff or bust? And he shot that down before that reporter could even finish the sentence. He was no. He said, the ultimate goal this year is just to win, period, end of discussion. He didn't want to put a specific amount on it, but winning is the priority here. And it is. It should be. I've heard that from all the players. So have you. Antonio Gibson has been leading that charge. Look, we need to win this year. Everyone knows. And Jonathan, Taylor or Allen, has been saying that, but he's been saying that for years. At the end of the day, that's all anybody cares about. And, that bleeds into another conversation that Ron had at the podium this evening. And we'll get to that in a little bit. But I want to transition away from the expectations because Ron pretty much left it at that. Look, we need to win. I'm not saying that we got to win 12 or 13 games. It'd be nice to win the division, but we need to win. And I think in his mind, winning means getting to the postseason, no matter how you do it. Wild card, winning the division. I don't think he really cares. He'd prefer to win the division. Who wouldn't? I mean, obviously, that's the ultimate goal is to win your division, which gives you the best chance to then proceed in the postseason. However, you just want in. I've already stated this, whether it's 10 wins and you barely get in, 11 wins, you're comfortably in, or 12 wins and you win the division. I could care less what it looks like. I just want in the playoffs because once you get in, anything can happen. And, if we got to be road warriors, so be it. If we're at home and we get to play one game at home, cool, that's awesome. But at the end of the day, I just want bonus football, and Ron wants it too. So he just talked about winning. That's the expectation this year is to win. I thought he said some interesting things about 4 positions in particular, and then one player in particular. So let's go through these positions quickly. Linebacker. So we've talked all offseason about linebacker. It's a position that makes a lot of us uneasy. It's a position that we feel like we don't have enough frontline depth at. We've got plenty of depth. We got plenty of guys that are names, bodies, right? But we don't have guys that we feel comfortable inserting into the game and asking him to play meaningful snaps. So if something were to go awry with our starters, we've only got 2 on this roster in Cole Holcomb and Jamin Davis. After those two, and a lot of you aren't even comfortable with Jamin Davis at this point. You're still like, hey, I still need to see it from the young fella. And again, you have every right to feel that way. He has not earned the right to just say, okay, he's good. He's got to show us. But those are the two guys that this staff feels confident in. And I think the reason they haven't made a move like bringing Landon Collins or some other veteran to this point is because they know they're only going to play, for the most part, two linebackers. And then that third acting linebacker is going to be that Buffalo nickel position, which is what Ron referenced in his presser today. Is like, hey, we got two linebackers, and then the Buffalo nickel is going to be such a huge part of our defense that a third linebacker won't be really that much of a necessity. However, if they don't like what they see, and he didn't actually say this, but he was insinuating this. I'm reading between the lines. He's like, we're going to see what happens in the first week of camp. And it could be from a depth perspective, they don't love what they have behind those two guys. But I think he was more so saying, if we don't like what we've seen from Jamin Davis in the first week, it may prompt us to go out here and get a veteran so that if Jamin Davis isn't where we need him to be by week 1, week 2, week 3, we can insert this veteran and we can keep it pushing. A la when they went out and got Michael Kendricks that one time late in the season and they inserted him into the lineup because they felt like they needed a veteran presence. I could see them doing something like that where they bring in a veteran. He doesn't necessarily start right away. Jamin Davis starts the season off, but then like we saw a couple of years ago with matter of fact, you could just use Jamin Davis as a great example. Remember, Jamin Davis started out the season, he was getting a ton of snaps, and then we started to see his snap count dwindle, and it got to a point where you had to start looking for him intentionally on the field because he wasn't on the field all that often. And so his snaps started to go to other linebackers, primarily David Mayo. So again, you can see a situation like that where they bring in a veteran, a guy that they trust. They give Jamin Davis every opportunity early in the season. They don't like what they see, and then you start to see his snap count dwindle. But he said, we want to see what we have this first week of camp, and if we're not necessarily satisfied, then we may opt to make a move at the linebacker position. So that's something to keep an eye on. And it may not just be Jamin Davis. It may be the depth behind Jamin Davis and Cole Holcomb. They may see those two and say, hey, those two are ready. And then they may look at the guys and say, there's too significant of a drop-off behind those guys. We've got to get someone to be depth behind them. So we'll see what happens. I still expect them to do something at linebacker when it's all said and done. He talked about the tight end position, and rightfully so, because Logan Thomas isn't going to be ready for the start of the regular season. I'm convinced of that. That's not facts, okay? I'm not telling you that there's not a chance that he could be ready week 1. I'm just telling you, I don't think personally, and I did not sleep at a Holiday Inn, okay, last night. So I can't tell you that I'm 100% spot on with this, but listening to Ron talk and looking at when that injury occurred, looking at Logan Thomas's age, you put all those things together, the likelihood is that he's not going to be ready for the start of the regular season, which is fine. So in the event that he's not ready, we're going to have some of these tight ends step up. Well, unlike last year, where at least there was one veteran on the roster and Ricky Seals-Jones, this is as young of a group on the team as we have. After Logan Thomas, there's no one with more than 1 year of experience at the tight end position. Now, you could argue that Sammy Reyes has technically a year of experience, but the guy literally just started playing football last year. That was his first year playing organized football. So his 1 year almost doesn't count. Like that was like a training wheels year, but it's still a year nonetheless. But John Bates is the one guy with any real experience, and it's just a year. Literally last year was his rookie season. So you're looking at John Bates, 1 year under his belt. You're looking at Sammy Reyes. He's still wet behind the ears. His breath still smells like Similac. All right. Then you look at Cole Turner. He just got here. So the tight end position is really interesting there. And then any other undrafted guy that you guys want to get excited about, they're rookies too. Okay. They just got here as well. So tight end is one of those positions that I'm not going to lie to you. It makes me a little nervous because I've been adamant and I'm still adamant. And I know some of you disagree with me, and that's fine. John Bates is TE3. Okay. He's going to be playing TE1. Okay. He's TE3 if you ask me. He's going to be playing tight end 1 for us until we get Logan Thomas back up and running. And Cole Turner's probably going to be TE2. Now, I won't discount Samis Reyes or anybody else that's on the roster, but I think Cole Turner's a guy that they're going to, really work hard in this camp and really try to get him ready. I think Juan Castillo is going to try to get him up to speed quickly because we're going to need him early in the season. And so, TE2, TE3 for him. I think when they want to run it, you may see Samis Reyes. When they want to throw it, you'll see Cole Turner, whatever the case may be. Tight end is an interesting position. And Ron said, look, these guys are going to get a lot of reps. If Logan were out there, he'd be taking the ones, and then, they'd be fighting over those second team reps and, getting those third team reps as well. Now with Logan out, John Bates is probably going to eat most of the first team reps. Some of these other guys may get a little portion of the first team reps, but they're going to get a ton of second team reps, which is just as vital at this time of the year. And we're going to find out what these guys are about. So, while it can feel like a bit of a curse not having Logan Thomas, it may be a gift as well because it's giving these guys an opportunity to get more experience under their belt. So I don't love it. I'm going to tell you that. But I don't hate the fact that these guys are going to get opportunities either. So then he also talked about offensive line. And the offensive line is intriguing. I've already explained somewhat why. Because right now with Chase Roulier out, you're going to have 3 brand new starters, essentially. Now, I expect Chase Roulier to be back before the start of the regular season. So, in all actuality, you've got 2 new starters, which is the same number we had last year, if you recall. The entire left side of the offensive line was brand new. You had Eric Flowers back for the second stint, but he was new. And you had Charles Leno Jr. Really, you had 3 new starters because we had Sam Cosmi at the right side at right tackle last year as well. So there was a lot of change on the offensive line last year. Not that much difference this year. Instead of 3 guys, there's 2 now, both on the interior, both at the guard positions. The beauty of this is, and Ron said this, is that I've got experience with these guys. So we know what to expect. John Masco has gotten his hands on these guys. He shaped and molded these guys early in their careers. He's the one that helped them get paid. He didn't say all of that, but I'm telling you, that's essentially how Ron is thinking about it in his head. He's like, we're good. Like, I'm not really worried. All you're really worried about is cohesion at this point. Like them, getting acclimated to the guy next to them. They haven't had any reps with Chase Roulier. So that's the problem right now because through OTAs and some of the minis, they've gotten some reps with, the guy next to them. For Trey Turner, he's gotten reps with Sam Cosmi at right tackle, and so he's been able to kind of get acclimated to, hey, this is how we'll handle this and kind of get that communication going. Hasn't had that same ability, though, with Chase Roulier. Same can be said on the opposite side at left guard, where he's getting work at left guard and he's able to get some reps in with Charles Leno Jr., but he's not able to get those reps in with Chase Roulier. So to me, the centerpiece of all of that is Chase Roulier. I think he'll be back. I don't have any qualms whether he's back or not. I don't have any qualms about the offensive line. Didn't sound like Ron was too alarmed about the offensive line. I don't think he has any reason to be. And frankly, with John Masco as our offensive line coach, I haven't been this bullish on an offensive line coach since Joe Bugle. Okay. A lot of you absolutely loved old man Callahan. I was good. I thought he was overrated personally. And he's done a hell of a job everywhere he's gone. I thought he was okay with us. I didn't think he was great with us. But he's done a hell of a job just about everywhere he's gone. And maybe because of the relationship between him and Jay Gruden, which wasn't all that great, and the run game didn't mesh with Jay's passing game, maybe that was part of the reason that the run game was so funky here, and there was never really any real cohesion up front in terms of the run game. Maybe that's the case. But Matsko has already proven to me in just a short 2 years that you can give him water and he can turn it into wine. So I love the guy, and I think the offensive line is going to be just fine. Also, Ron talked about the wide receiver position. Now, he said, look, we know what we have in Terry McLaurin, and that's a comfort. knowing that you got a guy that's here that we can rely on, and all of those things, got the contract out of the way, feels good. He said what's going to be interesting this year is seeing how the other guys around him start to perform. And really, this conversation expanded to Carson Wentz. It really started with Terry, but it kind of drifted into Carson Wentz. The next question was about Carson Wentz, and it kind of tied in and came full circle. So one of the conversations he talked about with the receiver position in particular is like, there's going to be an interesting battle for positions 5, 6, and 7. And I'm like, 5, 6, and 7? How many damn receivers you thinking about keeping anyway? Now, honestly, I think 7 is the magic number, not for roster purposes, just for overall purposes, because when you look at the roster, the likelihood is we'll probably keep 6 receivers like we did last year. But that first guy that doesn't make the team, you want him back on the practice squad. And maybe there are 2 guys you want back on the practice squad. But last year, that guy was Dax Milne, right? That was the odd man out, but he was the first guy off the bench if we needed somebody in a pinch at the receiver position. So I think that's why you talk about that 7th position. But I was interested because, to me, the first 5 positions are spoken for. But seems like he's like, hey, I'm not conceding anything to Cam Sims. We only signed him back on a 1-year deal. We only, signed him to that, tender, essentially, that restricted free agent tender that we had the ability to sign him to. He's just here for 1 more year. So nothing's guaranteed. We didn't sign him to a 3-year extension. I get it. But I just assumed Cam Sims was a guy that we could just automatically say he's got a roster spot. There's nothing to worry about. But he's like, 5, 6, and 7. I'm like, because we know who the first 4 are. We know it's Terry. We know it's Jahan Dotson. We know it's Curtis Samuel. We know that it's De'Ami Brown. We know those guys are untouchables. They're not going anywhere. They're going to make the football team. I assumed Cam Sims was in that same discussion, but maybe I jumped the gun. He's going to make the team, right? Like, bar an injury, he's going to make the football team. I don't think that's something that we should be concerned about. But I just thought it was interesting. Ron brought up 5, 6, and 7 when I think 5 is spoken for as well. And I think the real debate begins at 6 and ends at 7. But he talked about the receiver position and how he wants to see the evolution of these other guys around Terry, taking some of that pressure off of him, which is the same thing we've been saying all off season, is that this is why we feel like the offense can be scary this year, is because we know what Terry's about. We know what Curtis Samuel can be, at least in Carolina. We still don't really know what that looks like here in Washington, but we know if he's healthy, he's a weapon and he's dangerous. And then you look at Jahan Dotson, we feel like he's a professional, like he's ready to come in and produce right away. And then De'Ami Brown, I've always said, to me, is a guy that needs to be an afterthought. I don't think he's ready to be a focal point of an offense. And when I say focal point, I'm not talking about, number 1 or even a number 2. I think he needs to be at best a 3. And I'm glad that right now he's pegged as your 4th option. I need him to be an afterthought. I don't want defenses looking at De'Ami Brown and thinking, hey, we need to make sure that this guy doesn't get behind us. They shouldn't even be thinking about De'Ami Brown. So when he gets in the game and he smokes the corner, there's no safety help. And now we've got an opportunity for a big play. So that's what I'm looking for from him this year. He talked about Carson Wentz. And we're going to talk about Carson Wentz a lot tonight. And Wentz, he talked about, one, letting him know, once again, reiterating that, hey, we want you. We went and got you. We want you here. This is your team. All right. And that's important. Again, I don't know how fragile his psyche is. Everyone's trying to tell us that the guy is very fragile-minded, very, very soft individual, mentally needs to be coddled, all of those things. Whether that's the case or not, it never hurts to tell a guy that he's wanted, especially a guy that's been on 3 different teams in the span of 15 months. It's never a bad thing to tell him, hey, we wanted you, dude. Okay. Unlike the last stop, we wanted you. Okay. So it's good for him to hear that. Nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, he still has to go out and produce. Right. And so, Ron talked about Carson Wentz and the impact of having him on this roster. The reason Ron, I think he's quietly confident. Ron is not going to be boisterous with his confidence because this team hasn't done anything to lend itself to be that way. But behind closed doors, we've seen Ron behind closed doors hyped after a win. I think that's how he's going to be with the team. Like, you know what? F everybody else out there that thinks we're going to stink this year. Nobody's giving us a chance. He's going to play the us against the world, card, and he should. That's a very viable card this year. We are not being picked to do anything other than hold Dallas's and Philadelphia's jockstrap this year. So he should play the us against the world card. There's no harm in doing that. No one's picking us to do anything. We're an afterthought. We're not even on the NFC East radar right now. We get excited. I shouldn't say we, because I don't give a shit. A lot of people get excited. Some fans out there get excited when one person says, hey, I think Washington's going to win the division this year. Who gives a shit what somebody thinks? Robert Turbin thinks about this team's chances of winning the division. I don't give a shit about any of the talking heads and what they think this team's going to do or not do, right? But the job of a coach is to use all of that as fuel, right? Put all of that shit in the tank. Oh, this guy Adam Rank said we're going to be 3-4. I would show them that clip. Okay? I would show them that clip if I'm Ron Rivera. Hey, this is what they think of us. These guys, a lot of these guys in the offseason, they're not watching TV. They're out having fun. They're training. They're doing everything but watching a bunch of TV. Okay? So they don't know what's being said. They hear some of this. Some people bring it to their doorstep. Some people, just like me, I'm minding my own business, and then I get bombarded with, hey, did you see this? Hey, did you see that? And so they probably get some of the same, right? But I don't know if a lot of those guys saw what Adam Rank had to say. I'd show them that and make it as if everybody feels that way. This is what they think of us. Show them Adam Rank, 3-14. This team stinks. Carson Wentz is trash. I would show them that. They need to see that. They need to hear that. This is what they think of you. So last year, they was out here fronting like they doo-doo don't stink. So they thought they were going to show up, win the division again. People were going to lay down for them. And they got a rude awakening. They came in last season, and we were garbage, especially defensively, hot garbage for the first 8-9 weeks of the season. I think we need to get back to that 2020 mentality of, hey, we got nothing to lose. Nobody's picking us to do anything. Nobody respects us. They think we're a doormat. Okay, well, let's show them. So Ron was asked, was he going to have a rallying cry? In Carolina, they had keep pounding, things of that nature. Were they going to have a rallying cry? And he's like, he didn't say no. He's like, I want to talk to the players first. I think he's going to have some kind of moniker, some kind of saying for the season that he's going to convey to the players first and then maybe bring it to the media. Hopefully that same question is asked of him after he's had a chance to address the team, and maybe he'll share that with us. So maybe we'll have something to run with as fans, but we'll see what happens. At the end of the day, this team will only go as far as Carson Wentz takes us. We know that, and that could be a scary proposition because we don't really know what Carson Wentz is going to show up. So while I feel like if Carson Wentz just does Carson Wentz-like things, which is funny because you listen to those talking heads out there, Carson Wentz stinks. I mean, this guy shouldn't even be starting anymore. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from. But at the end of the day, he's not a guy that can carry a team by himself. But let's get one thing straight, and we'll talk more about that. I don't need to even elaborate on that anymore. The last thing Ron talked about, or the last thing I want to talk about that Ron talked about, was dealing with Dan Snyder. Now, of course, he didn't actually say that these were issues that were stemming from Dan Snyder, but we can all connect the dots, okay? So the first thing, and I've been saying this for years, we talk about this being the reverse car wash. You come in clean, you leave dirty. We talked about Hall of Fame coaches. Mike Shanahan's going to be a Hall of Fame coach before it's all said and done, 2-time Super Bowl winning coach. He comes here and he can't even get out of his, contract, his first 4 years or whatever it was before he ends up getting fired. Marty Schottenheimer, another guy that probably should be a Hall of Fame coach, even though he hasn't won the Super Bowl. Wherever he went, winning followed. That was going to happen here. He never got an opportunity because he got fired. Joe Gibbs, for all that he did in that 4-year stretch, taking us to the playoffs twice in 4 years, he still had a losing record when he left, right? No one comes here, no matter what your track record is before you got here, no one comes here and wins and is successful. The reason that is because you're not just coaching football when you show up as the Washington Commanders head coach. You've got other shit that you've got to juggle. More so for Ron than any other coach, because there was always Bruce Allen or Vinny Serrato that would handle some of that PR stuff, take that, load off of that coach's back. But they added other burdens by being there. Okay. Those guys were toxic. So not having a conduit there, not having a buffer between Ron and the media, which is what a GM would do, or a team president. And we have those guys, but Ron has the final say. Ron is that guy that has been put out in front of the media, and this is a coach-centric approach. So he's the guy that has to answer all the questions. And I said this when he got the job. I said, Ron has no idea what he's signing up for. If he did, he would not have taken this job. I'm confident. I guarantee you. I shouldn't say that because there's no proof. I can't actually confirm nor deny this. But I wish I could give Ron Rivera truth serum, because I guarantee you, if I gave him truth serum and I asked him, knowing what you know now, having experienced what you've experienced here in Washington, would you have taken the job, or would you have pursued another opportunity that might have been out there prior to the 2020 offseason? And I guarantee you he would say, knowing what I know now, going through what I've gone through, yes, I would have gone in a different direction. Nobody wants to deal with the shit that you have to deal with here. I mean, and so when Ron was asked, does all of the things that you've had to deal with and that you constantly have to deal with here, does it make your job harder? And he's like, yeah, it does. Because you're constantly trying to refocus the attention of everyone on football. And that's where the importance is. All the other stuff is interesting. He's like, look, I don't want to minimize what has happened here in the past and make it seem like it's not important, because it is. And I knew what he was trying to say, but it was hard to say what he was trying to say without minimizing the off the field stuff. But what he's saying is, look, that's not my problem. I don't have anything to do with that. Yet I constantly have to answer questions. My players have to constantly worry about that shit. That has nothing to do with us. That has everything. But again, when you come into this building, you fall under the umbrella. Okay. When Dan Snyder takes a shit, everybody gets rained on. And so there's no being absolved of anything. Ron continuously asks that we leave the past in the past. Impossible. Impossible. I've been a fan of this team for far too long to just trust you blindly. Win a playoff game, and then maybe I'll say, you know what? Ron asked me to leave the past in the past. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to trust Ron and leave the past. If Joe Gibbs showed up today and said, hey, I need y'all to leave the past in the past, you know what we would do? We would leave the past in the past for Joe. You know why? Joe's built up equity. He can tell us whatever the hell he wants. We will follow that man blindly. Ron hasn't done enough here to garner that kind of respect. He's got to earn that. So you can't keep asking us, hey, I know it's tough, but we need you to leave the past. We can't leave the past in the past, Ron. Sorry. You want us to forget about the past? I keep talking about this. Create new memories. You don't want us to keep talking about the past. You want to keep talking about 1991, 2005, 2012. You don't want us to keep talking about 1999. You don't want to have us talking about the latest scandal with Dan Snyder or some shit that happened 15 years ago. You don't want us to keep talking about that. Start winning some football games. He understands that. He said it at least 10 times in the presser. And so that's the main objective. That's the main goal this year, is to win. I've always said, and everyone's always said this, winning is the best deodorant. This organization stinks to high heavens. Anyone that's rooted for this organization knows that this thing has a distinctive stench. It stinks and you can smell it a mile away. The only way to erase that odor, or at least calm it down to where you don't have that walk past funk. We all know the walk past funk, right? When you walk past somebody and 3 seconds later, God damn, that person's musty as hell. That's the shit that we have, but our shit lingers. You walk past somebody and our shit just sits there like a hot ass fart. It just finds somewhere and it parks and it just vacates there. I mean, it just literally lingers, not vacates. It lingers there. You want to calm that odor down? We got to win. And 9 wins won't do it. Okay. 9 wins isn't a successful season. Nothing short of 10 wins will do. Really 11, because I'll take 10. I'll take 10. But I want 11. I want 11 or I want 12. That will be vindication for me. That will say, you know what? We made the right decision getting Carson Wentz. We did the right thing by drafting Jahan Dotson. We put these pieces together. Everything is starting to fall in place. Hiring Jack Del Rio wasn't a mistake. Hiring Ron Rivera wasn't a mistake. Hiring these GMs, these guys that have come in this year. Fadarian Mathis is playing his ass off. Brian Robinson has added a nice little punch to the running back room. Cole Turner is as advertised. Man, he's a weapon in the red zone. I want to be saying that after the season. I want to be talking about an 11-12 win Washington team and a team that next year has expectations, and we're not looking to duck or dodge or talk about how we're being disrespected. But no, the target is on us, and now we should be able to go out and handle it. It's a big season for Ron. He didn't want to go overboard in conveying that message, but he said, we need to win. And he's right. We need to win. And we don't need to just win. We need to win big. And when I say big, double digits. That's what I mean when I say win big. 8 wins, 9 wins won't do this season. Not with the schedule. Not with what we have done with this roster. And that's another thing we have to talk about tonight is the roster. But not with all the changes that have been made. We need to win, and we need to win big. And I think Ron gets that. I think he gets it. So, that was the Ron Rivera presser in a nutshell. You see, I got a lot from it. So now I want to go overrated, underrated on the roster. And I want you guys to chime in. First of all, if you're out there, and I should have did this at the top of the show. I meant to do this at the top of the show, but I got riled up. You know how it is. What are you drinking out there? If you brought a beverage with you tonight, you don't have to super chat it. Just leave it down in the comment section. I'll run through, read a couple of them. If you're drinking something, if you brought something to the table tonight, I'd love to know what you're sipping on. Again, leave it down in the comment section. So I want to talk overrated, underrated on this roster. And a lot of lists have come out in the last 2-3 weeks that have ranked players at various positions. You know, we don't have a lot of guys that we stake a claim with, like, hey, this guy better be in the top 10. We only have 2 on the roster right now. Jonathan Allen and Terry McLaurin. Everybody else, they get in where they fit in, you know. And both of those guys, for the most part, every list that I've seen that has been a top 10 list, those guys have been included. I think Jonathan Allen is a little bit lower than I think he should be on some of those lists, but that's fine. He's still in the top 10. I'm not going to gripe over where exactly he should be. As long as he's in the top 10, that's all that matters. Same with Terry McLaurin. So that said, I want to talk underrated first. So underrated. I want to start with the offense. Then we'll talk about underrated on defense. So the underrated player on offense for me is Carson Wentz. Here's why. Every single list that I look at is disrespectful to Carson Wentz's skill set, mental makeup, what he provides for a football team. You would think that we are about to start Ryan Fitzpatrick at quarterback this year. That's how they're treating. And you could argue that people were more excited last year in the national media, outside of this bubble that I've created for myself. Inside the bubble, I think that a lot of us were very skeptical of Ryan Fitzpatrick, but a lot of you wanted to believe. Okay, a lot of you, I told you, a lot of y'all are so hungry. You're starving for a quarterback so bad you'll eat anything. You'll consume anything. That's what I kept saying last year when you guys tried to hype me up on Ryan Fitzpatrick. I just wasn't buying it. You couldn't sell me on Ryan Fitzpatrick. I wasn't buying it. This year, you can sell me on Carson Wentz, and I'm selling you on Carson Wentz. And you would think that Ryan Fitzpatrick is our quarterback going into the season, or you could argue they thought Ryan Fitzpatrick was a better option than Carson Wentz last year. With some of the things that were being said about this team and how far they could go, despite Ryan Fitzpatrick never having led a team to the playoffs in his career, they thought all of a sudden he was just going to have like this Rich Gannon type late career out of body experience and win an MVP or something. It was ridiculous, the things that were being said last year. Carson Wentz is being disrespected in every way imaginable. Every single list, this guy's no higher than 20. Most lists, he's way lower than that, 26, 29. I've seen lists where almost every single quarterback stands for any rookies were ahead of him. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like the person making this list has to have a vendetta. Either he's an Eagles fan or he's got a vendetta against Carson Wentz. Maybe Wentz lost him some money. He put some money down on a bet or something. I don't know. But these lists have been absurd. And the way that I hear people talk about Carson Wentz as if he's some kind of bum that we got off the street, it's comical to me. I love it because I want everyone to treat Carson Wentz like he's yesterday's trash and he can't get the job done. Come in here sleeping, okay? That's what I want. I'm trying to wake as many people up this year with a loud-ass alarm named Carson Wentz as possible. By the time they hear the alarm, it's too late. You missed the bus. And we've already driven past you. We've scored 33 points, and you can't catch us. He's being so underrated and disrespected that I think it's actually a positive. He's one of those guys that I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't hear all of the noise because he's an outdoorsman. He's got a family. It wouldn't strike me if he's one of those dudes that really doesn't tap into a ton of social media or what's going on television, but he's going to find out. Again, you're human. There are people around you that are going to bring that stuff to you. He's going to hear about it. If he doesn't hear about it, the media is going to bring it to him. He's going to hear about it one way or the other. He's being disrespected. I think he is right now an underrated player on this football team. And you know what? It doesn't suck to have a guy at the most important position being underrated, especially when you're coming from where we came from at the quarterback position, which is basically the bottom. We've been scraping the bottom of the barrel at the quarterback position for the last 5 years or so. And it's refreshing to have a guy that we know has, top 10 talent in this league. And now if we can get the production to match the talent, which we've seen from him, it's not like this is foreign, like something he can't do. We've seen it from him before. So we just got to find a way to tap into that again. And again, I like the weapons that we're surrounding him with to try to take some of that baggage off of his shoulders and allow him to just go out and play free football. So I think Carson Wentz is underrated. You go on the defensive side of football, and I think the most underrated defender on this team is Montez Sweat. And here's why. When anybody talks about edge rusher, Booker McFarland talking about Chase Young is going to get 20 sacks if he's healthy this year. Chase Young's not even going to play enough games to get 20 sacks. What are you talking about, dude? Which is why I say, be careful of what you allow to infiltrate your brain when you're listening to the talking heads on these national media outlets. They're not following the team as closely as you do. So why would you listen to them? That's the shit that always baffles me with some of you is you really care about what some of these guys are saying. They have no clue what's going on around here. We follow this team every single day, every single article, every single piece of information that comes out. No matter how big or small, we consume it. So how is a guy that's just getting bits and pieces, from all 32 teams, going to tell us about our team? He can't know more than we do. So everyone wants to talk about Chase Young. Chase Young. I saw a list of, the top 10 edge rushers. Chase Young wasn't on it. He was an honorable mention. Chase Young's not even the best defensive end on this team. That distinction goes to Montez Sweat. I love how everyone just glosses over Sweat like he's some bum, like he's some, backup defensive end, like he's not a first-round pick, like he's not a stud, like he's not on the cusp of blowing the hell up. Had he not had the COVID situation, the personal tragedy, and the broken jaw, this is the kind of luck we had last year. He had all three. He got the damn trifecta. He had an injury, he had COVID, and personal tragedy, all in the same season. If that didn't happen, he would have got double-digit sacks last year. He was well on his way, and he was starting to ratchet it up. He was starting to play really good football. Everybody wants to talk about Chase Young and what he's going to do. How about Montez Sweat leading this team in sacks? Because he's capable. He's one of the best run defenders on this team already, as is. Let's talk about Montez Sweat. The ceiling on this guy, Ron talked about him. He was asked about Montez Sweat maybe having to step up in the absence of Chase Young. And Ron was like, no. I just want Montez to do what he has to do. We don't need him to try to do anything more than that. I'm cool with that because Montez Sweat, if he does the things that he's capable of doing, this guy is a 13 sack or more type of guy. And I think he's coming into his own. So I think right now, Montez Sweat is the most underrated defensive player on our football team. I'd love to hear from you guys. You may have other players that you think are underrated. Montez Sweat, for me, is a guy that just gets glossed over. When they talk about this defensive line, do they talk about Montez Sweat or do they talk about Chase Young? Do they talk about Montez Sweat or do they talk about Jonathan Allen? Hell, you may even get people talking about Daron Payne before they talk about Montez Sweat. He's an afterthought. Well, again, much like I talked about with Carson Wentz, time to wake some people asses up. Now I want to talk about overrated. And let's start on offense. And to me, the most overrated player on the offense is the same guy that I said was underrated, and that's Carson Wentz. Hear me out. I need a lot of you out there to understand what we're getting in Carson Wentz. I think that some of you have put him on this pedestal and you've built him up to some kind of mythical proportion where you think he is. This is the shit you did with some of you did. All of you didn't do this. Some of y'all did this with Ryan Fitzpatrick last year, where you started making Ryan Fitzpatrick to be, Kurt Warner all of a sudden. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Okay. I need you to understand who Carson Wentz is. There's a reason why he's here. I don't agree with all of the reasons why he's here. Okay. But there's a reason why he's on his third team in 15 months. And again, it's not because of the talent. The talent is there. It's because of the inconsistency in which he plays. He plays hero ball from time to time. That's a part of the Carson Wentz DNA package. And this shit can be hard to watch like Medusa at times. I talked about the Tennessee Titans interception that he threw right by the end zone. Okay. Boneheaded decision. Okay. But he did it. All right. He threw another interception in that game in overtime and they lost. Carson Wentz isn't always the most accurate. I talk about this Raiders game that was in week 17 prior to the Jacksonville Jaguars letdown in week 18. They win that Raiders game. They're in the playoffs in week 17. They're at home. The Raiders are reeling. Even though the Raiders were playing better football, they still weren't a team that should have, the coach should have lost to at home. And yet, Wentz didn't play well. Remember, he missed the entire week of practice, and he was not 100% because he had COVID, but he still was able to play because of the new CDC guidelines and the NFL relaxing the amount of time you had to be away from your teammates. As long as you weren't showing any symptoms, you were allowed to play. So he got to play. And he didn't play his best, but he played good enough for them to win that game. But there was a pivotal throw in the fourth quarter that would have really put the Raiders in a tough spot had he completed it. He's got his running back running down the sidelines in the NC State. Nyheim Hines got him open. I need him to drop this thing right in the bucket, allow Nyheim Hines to catch it, and we'll see what happens after the catch. 25 yards down the field. Not an easy throw by any stretch of the imagination, but the best of the best in this league, the elites, the top tens, the guys that we look at and say, hey, these are the guys that can get it done. They make that throw. He missed that throw. You could chalk it up to COVID. You can make any excuse you want, but that's Carson Wentz. He'll miss some of those throws. He'll have a guy running open, and it won't be in the best spot for run after the catch. Guy will have to go up, adjust to the ball. So he's not always the most accurate. He's not always the most consistent. Okay? He's going to take some sacks that he probably shouldn't take. He's going to do that duck down thing that really makes me cringe because you're one knee away from a concussion. Why you keep ducking your head. Now, while it works from time to time and he ducks under a sack attempt and he's able to extend the play, I'm rather you get sacked or fall down on the ground than duck your head consistently and put yourself in a vulnerable position to end up getting a concussion or even worse, have your neck get jammed and now you have no feeling in your extremities and now you have to be carted off the field. He scares me when he does that. And this was before he got here to Washington. So understand that we're getting a guy that doesn't know how to say when. When a play is breaking down and maybe no one's open, and now all of a sudden he looks back across the body, across the field. He thinks he sees a guy. He's going to rifle that thing and it might get picked off. You have to understand that's Carson Wentz. Sometimes he does too much. Sometimes he's inconsistent. Sometimes he holds on to the ball too long, doesn't hit the check down. Understand that there's a reason that Carson Wentz is no longer a Philadelphia Eagle nor an Indianapolis Colt. Understand, and when I say overrated, he's being overrated by us as fans. I'm included. But I'm here to give you the reals. This is the actual factuals, okay? I understand. I've been telling you guys this. I said I'm not all in on Carson Wentz. I'm all in on the fact that he's the best quarterback we've had since Kirk Cousins. That's a fact. But I'm not all in on the Carson Wentz experience and him leading us to where we ultimately want to go, which is the postseason. I'm not all in on that. You've got guys out here, Big Money Sonny and Mega and some of these guys out here prophesizing that Carson Wentz is going to be outstanding this year. I hope they're right, but I've said every single time that they've brought that to my doorstep, I can't co-sign it. You know why? Because I know that in there's a Carson Wentz that's inconsistent, that's going to miss some throws, that's going to play hero ball, that's going to turn it over a couple of times when he doesn't need to, and it's going to hurt us at times. I also recognize that he can make plays that no other quarterback we've had since Robert Griffin III can make. And because of that, I'm excited. His deep ball is probably the best we've seen since Robert Griffin III in 2012. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about all the things he brings to the table. We haven't seen a talent at the quarterback like this in eons. I'm excited about that. But I also recognize that there are pitfalls, there are downfalls to Carson Wentz. It's not all berries and candy, and it's not all going to be sunshine and rainbows, okay? I understand that there will be rain with this Carson Wentz experiment. There will be rain. It won't all be sunshine. We won't all look up and say, oh, look at that beautiful rainbow. There'll be times when we say that and we're like, man, I'm glad he's on our team. But there'll be times when we say, man, that was some bullshit. Understand that. Don't overrate Carson Wentz. Make him prove it to us before you start giving him all of this credit and the praise and the accolades. Make him prove it here. He's capable. Make him do it. And then finally, my most overrated on defense isn't a player, but rather a coach. And that is one Jack Del Rio. When we hired Jack Del Rio, I was so excited about the hire. Finally, we're getting a real, credible defensive coordinator. No more Joe Barry. No more cracking skulls and striking iron with Greg Minuski. We're getting a real, authentic defensive coordinator with chops in this league. I was excited. I've gotten more political noise from old Jack Del Rio than I have defensive noise on the damn field. And I'm at the point now where I'm like, Jack, I want to trust you, bro. I really, truly do. But I'm starting to think that you might be underqualified for this job. When we got him, I'm like, yo, he's overqualified for this job. We haven't seen a defensive coordinator like this since, dare I say, Jim Haslett was probably the last credible defensive coordinator that we had in Washington. So I'm like, hey, I like it. I love it. That's the way. I like it. I was loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. But 2 years in, going into year 3, I'm like, I feel bamboozled. I feel hoodwinked. This defense is not as advertised. It's not what it appears to be. I feel like I'm looking in my side mirror. Objects appear closer than they really are. Or it might be backwards. Objects may be closer than they appear. This defense is almost like a mirage. I'm not sure what the hell I'm looking at from time to time. He refuses to blitz. When he does, it's the most vanilla version of a blitz you can have, so it's easily protected and blocked up. We're constantly in zone coverage, and I get it. If you don't have the horses and the dogs to play man, then don't. But it feels like we're constantly one step behind the opposing team's offense. We're never dictating what the pace is. We're never dictating to the offense what's going down. Oh, y'all ain't doing this shit today. We don't take away anything the other team does well. We might slow your run game down, but then you'll just throw it all over the field on us. We don't ever go in a game and say, you know what, there's been maybe 1 or 2 games where I say, you know what, that was a defensive gem. I keep talking about that Green Bay game last year, which is why I have confidence we can beat them this year. We shut Devontae Adams down. Aaron Rodgers did not have a good game against us. That was a weird, funky game. We got in the red zone like 5 times. We came away with 0 points, including the Taylor Heineke giving himself up bullshit that they called. We had a blocked field goal. Don't get me started on that. We had the Taylor Heineke fumble right after, halftime on the first possession of the third quarter that led to points. They had the 4th down conversion that was a touchdown on the opening possession of the game. That was essentially, what Green Bay did to us in that game, because they took advantage of our mistakes. But defensively, we were good. We sacked Aaron Rodgers. We harassed him early and often. He was never comfortable. They really didn't have a run game which to speak of in that game. I want to see more of those types of performances and less of the bullshit that we watched for most of last season. Whether it's the Chargers game, 14 of 18 on 3rd downs, the Giants game, we got Daniel Jones out here looking like Vanilla Vic for real. We got Daniel Jones out here looking like Eli Manning with wheels, carving us the hell up. We got Matt Ryan turning back the clock to 2016 on some MVP shit on our defense. I'm sick of that. When we need a stop, we can't get it. We need one stop to keep Jameis Winston and the New Orleans Saints from putting the game out of reach, and they go right down the field and score a touchdown and put the shit out of reach. I need this defense to be up to speed. I felt like we were getting there towards the end of the season before COVID and injuries took effect. Honestly, I really do feel like we were getting into a little bit of a groove. But I need that to start from week 1. Take the pieces that you have, get the most out of those pieces, maximize their talents, and make us feel like all of these first-round picks that we spent on defense, and we spent a bunch of them on defense, from Montez Sweat to Chase Young to Daron Payne to Jonathan Allen to Jamin Davis. We had a bunch of first-round picks on this defense. Even the guys that we went out and signed, like William Jackson III, that's a first-round pick on defense. It's time to start making these first-round picks look like first-round picks. Last thing. And then I'm going to let you guys take over. Overall, we're overrating the roster. Now, hear me out on this. I don't think we're far off from where we really need to be. But remember how bad we were complaining about this roster at the end of last season? Just go back and watch one of the videos. I was filleting this roster. We weren't even close, is what I was saying. Remember how good? This is what we do in the offseason. We psych ourselves up to think that this roster isn't that bad. And this roster actually isn't that bad. It's improving every single year. Okay. And last offseason, I did the same exact thing. I built the roster up, and I'm like, hey, this roster isn't that bad, this, that, and the third. And we had some injuries, and look at the wide receiver position. It was like deja vu. I don't feel that way anymore about wide receiver because we could have an injury or two, and I still think we're going to have a credible, formidable group to put out on the football field. Now, obviously, I want to steer clear of the injuries. I don't want any parts of that. Injury Reaper, if you're listening, please have mercy on the Washington Commanders this season. I beg of you. All right. But remember how bad we talked about this roster at the end of the season, going into the offseason, how much work they had to do. Quarterback, linebacker, corner, safety, wide receiver, tight end. We talked about running back, edge rusher. We talked about so many holes on this roster. Why are we acting like they went out and signed 8 free agents and then had a 9-player draft and like, oh, they fixed everything? They didn't do that. Our one free agent move was Carson Wentz for the most part. We did sign F.A. Obata, which I'm really happy about. Gives us the kind of depth that I think we need at defensive end, especially with Chase Young more likely than not missing the first half of the season. But those were really the only 2 moves that we made to bring someone from the outside in. Outside of that, we did our part to retain and keep continuity, bringing back Bobby McCain, bringing back J.D. McKissick, bringing back Charles Leno Jr., doing those things. Great. I don't have any issues with that. Those guys needed to be back. But you essentially brought the same roster back, and then you added like 7 draft picks to the mix that you think are going to come in and contribute right away. Really 5 probably. Your first round pick in Jahan Dotson, your second round pick, in Fedarian Mathis, your third round pick in Brian Robinson Jr., your 4th round pick in Percy Butler, and your 5th round pick in Cole Turner. I think are the 5 guys that you look at and say, hey, these are guys that we expect to contribute day one right out of the gates in their rookie season. So why do we feel like the roster is vastly improved if we had such a problem with it? Now, I went back and forth with myself on this, and here's where I go kind of teeter-tottering around. We had a lot of injuries. When we got to the end of the season, we were so frustrated because of COVID and the amount of injuries that started to stockpile. By the time we got to the end of the season, our roster was a shell of itself. We weren't the same team that we were even 6 weeks prior to the end of the season in that Giants game in week 18. We weren't the same team, So I think if you're looking at the roster when the season was over, there was no Montez Sweat. There was no Chase Young. We were starting Casey Toohill and James Smith-Williams at defensive end, and we had William Bradley King and Shaka Toney coming off the bench. I mean, that's the kind of shit that we had etched in our memory banks as we went into the offseason. So you're damn right we felt like we needed another defensive end or 2. You end the season last year, and Milo Eifler is starting on a Sunday night versus the Dallas Cowboys. He doesn't have any sound or picture when they're doing the intros for the defense on Sunday Night Football when we get housed in Dallas. Like, you look at that as a lasting image in your mind at the linebacker position, you're like, this shit isn't good enough. You look at, the cornerback position, you look at, we finished the season, there was no Juice. He was already out, and we had the guy, I forgot his name, that got hurt against Atlanta. So you basically had Roberts and William Jackson III and Kendall Fuller out there. And then anybody else, I think we had Corn Elder out there. I mean, it was a who's who list of who the hell is that guy? At the end of the season, there were numbers out there that you had to go check and see who the hell is 43? Who the hell is 35? Who are these numbers that are running? Because that's the kind of shit that we finished the season on. So when you think about that, you're like, man, this roster is trash. But what happens when you get all these guys back from injury? What happens when you get Curtis Samuel back at wide receiver? Then you add Jahan Dotson. And now De'Ami Brown is in year 2. Of course, you got Terry. Now, all of a sudden, the wide receiver position looks vastly different, right? Throw in Cam Sims in a year 2, Dax Milne, and you feel like this the receiver position, wow, it's loaded. Okay, last year, J.D. McKissic gets hurt, and you're finishing up the season with, Williams and what's my man, Jarrett Patterson, and it doesn't look the same. I'm over here talking about, hey, we need a running back. Bad. And so what do? We go out, we get Brian Robinson. So now all of a sudden, you bring back J.D. McKissic. He's healthy because he wasn't healthy at the end of the season. You got, of course, Antonio Gibson. You bring in Brian Robinson, and it's good to know you still got Jarrett Patterson on the outside looking in if you need him. Now you feel totally different about the running back position. I was like, yo, we need to do something at tight end. There was no Logan Thomas at the end of the season. Literally, what you saw was there was no Ricky Seals-Jones. There was no Logan Thomas. We were playing with dudes off the street. It was John Bates. We had signed an ex-Carolina Panther, Alex Arma, and we had Sammy Reyes. I mean, it was yikes at tight end. So I'm like, yo, we need like maybe 2 tight ends. Logan Thomas gets healthy. You draft Cole Turner, and you look at the position, you're like, it's not that bad. It's still not up to par. It's not where I want it to be, but it's not that bad. Offensive line, I don't worry about the offensive line. It wasn't a problem. I said we just needed more depth. They added depth. I'm not worried about the offensive line. Defensively, we didn't know we were going to move on from, 2/4 of the defensive tackle room. We didn't know we knew we were going to lose Tim Settle in free agency. We had already mentally prepared ourselves for that. What we didn't know is that we were going to lose Tim Settle and we're going to end up cutting Matt Ioannidis. We didn't know that. So all of a sudden now you've created a void on the roster that wasn't there when we were complaining about the depth of this roster. Now all of a sudden you're like, hey, we need a defensive tackle. Well, enter in Fedarian Mathis. Is that enough? I don't know. Okay. But that's another body, right? Defensive end, I told you what it looked like at the end of last season. There was no Chase Young. There was no Montez Sweat. Okay. It was James Smith-Williams, Casey Toohill, William Bradley King. It was Shaka Toney. I'm like, what in the F is this? Well, they added F.A. Obata. Montez Sweat is healthy. And Chase Young will be back at some point. It's not as dire. And I told you, I like James Smith-Williams when there's at least one of the regulars opposite of him. I have no problems with JSW being in the lineup if there's a Montez Sweat or a Chase Young opposite of him. Where I have a problem is where James Smith-Williams has to shift to the number 1 pass rusher. Oh my God, we're in trouble. But when we have a guy and he's the second guy, I don't have any problems with James Smith-Williams. He gets the job done. So F.A. Obata provides some more depth as a veteran. You got the young boys coming along in year 2. Casey Toohill still hanging around. We're going to be fine at defensive end. Okay. Not as bad as it seemed at the end of last season, but still some more work could be done there. Trust me. So then you get to the linebacker position. I think we all feel like we're in the same exact spot that we were at the end of last year right now. They didn't do anything at linebacker that makes us feel warm and fuzzy inside. Okay. Last year, when we ended the season, it was the same crop of characters, same cast, same dudes. All right. Same shit, different toilet. They didn't sign anybody in free agency of note. They didn't draft a guy. And so literally they're telling us, hey, Cole Holcomb is the middle linebacker. I want to see it. I don't have any problems with that. I believe in Cole. And then they're saying, hey, Jamin Davis isn't as bad as you think. I believe that too. His head was spinning last year. First round pick when he looked like he was going to be at best a 3rd round pick. He flies into the 1st round. Okay. Not a ton of college football experience as a starter. We have him come in, and we got him learning 3 different positions. His head was spinning. And we want you to call the defense, get everybody lined up, try to take some of that off his plate. Hey, Cole, you get everybody lined up. We'll give you the green dot. We just want Jamin to just get comfortable. Too late for that shit. You got him learning left, right, and middle. You got him learning Sam, and you got him learning Mike. What the hell do you think is going to happen to a first-round pick who literally just shot up draft boards? What do you think is going to happen to him? He's going to be thinking a whole hell of a lot, then reacting and playing. This year, they've simplified it. Bruh, you're just a will. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. We know what you are. Now you just go out and play. I think he's going to relish that role, and he's going to be very successful in it. But that doesn't change the fact that there is zero depth at linebacker. God forbid anything happens to either one of those guys. I said all of that to say this. We got work to do at linebacker. You go to the secondary. I've been talking about the one position that still annoys me is the depth at corner. Safety, we're fine. I think we got enough safeties. We got enough interchangeable parts. I think we're fine at safety between Percy Butler, Derek Forrest. I want to see what he looks like, right? I think they're going to give him more of an opportunity this year. Obviously, why am I blanking on his name? Bobby McCain. Damn, I can see his face, number, everything. I just couldn't see his name. Bobby McCain. And I think you've got what's my man name? Oh, shucks. I'm forgetting my the other safety that I think is going to still be around. He's been around for the last 3 years. But I think we'll be fine at safety. You know, and maybe there's another guy in there that I'm not thinking about right now. I think safety is going to be just fine. Where Cam Curl, I don't know how I blanked. Cam Curl, you got Bobby McCain, Cam Curl, Percy Butler, and Derek Forrest, and then you still have my man. I always forget his damn name, but he's still hanging around. So we're fine at safety. I'm not worried about the safety position. Corner, though, is a whole different ball game. I don't trust Juice as much as I like him. I don't trust him after last year and all the concussions. That scares me. So that's a guy we're relying on, not just as a boundary corner, but he also has been taking some reps inside as a nickel. I don't trust him inside either, but we'll see how that evolves. Maybe that was just an experiment for the offseason and they're not really going to stick him inside, or maybe that's the beginning of a beautiful relationship with him and inside, and maybe all of a sudden we unearthed the gem as a nickel. That said, you got Juice, you got William Jackson III, you got Kendall Fuller, and I don't know if they love Danny Johnson the way that I do. I can't keep throwing Danny Johnson in the conversation like they absolutely love Danny Johnson. I absolutely feel like Danny Johnson deserves an opportunity, but clearly I don't think they felt the same way last year, because the man had an out-of-body experience. Maybe it was out-of-body. Maybe it was the beginning of him gaining confidence and needing more reps, and they snatched it away from him. And you want to know why the Green Bay game was so impressive? Danny Johnson was out there, and I felt like if Danny Johnson can give us that kind of production against that quarterback and that offense, why shouldn't he get more opportunities? And the very next week, Jack Del Rio was asked about Danny Johnson's play, and do they have to find a way to get Danny Johnson on the field? And his answer was bluntly, no, we don't. Okay, well, that ends that. So I don't know how they feel about Danny Johnson. I don't know if they actually respect what Danny Johnson has brought to the table, but if Danny Johnson's your fourth corner, you're not in terrible shape, but what do you have after him? If Corn Elder is your fifth corner, you probably have some issues, which we do, which is why everybody's like, look out for Channing Stribling and this guy and that guy. You know, look out for the kid we drafted in the 7th round, Christian, whatever his last name is. I never remember his last name. Christian Holmes, I think it is. Look out for him. Okay, cool. I'm gonna watch out for him. I'm gonna check out and see what the kids bring to the table. But at the end of the day, I don't love the corner depth. I just don't want you to overrate what this overall roster is. It's a good roster and it's steadily improving. I feel like we've gotten better. But remember how we felt about this roster. Now, a lot of it was due to injuries. In the last image that we saw of this roster and guys that were on the field, it really warped the way we felt about the roster. And then, some guys underachieved last year, and that really frustrated us. And so I just want you to understand that this is still a middle of the road NFL roster. Okay. We're not top 10. We're not top 12. We're not top 14. We're somewhere in the 16 to 19 department roster wise. And if guys step up and play at the level that we think they're capable of, then we can start to creep into the top 14 and maybe top 12. But until we see it, until we see Curtis Samuel, until we see De'Ami Brown, until we see Jahan Dotson, until we see what some of these guys, Percy Butler and Darian Mathis, until we see what some of these guys actually bring to the table, Jamin Davis in year 2, Juice stay healthy, until we see this manifest itself into production on the field, I can't elevate us into the top half of the league roster-wise. So don't overrate what this roster is. Understand that it's a work in progress as a roster, and that it has the potential to creep and be sniffing around the top 10. But dudes have to play up to their potential. We can't keep talking about what a dude is capable of. We actually need to see it. All right. So, with that said, let's get to your comments and what you guys have to say. And then before we get out of here, I'm going to toast to the season, to the start of training camp, to health, wealth, and prosperity. But let's get to your comments and see what you guys have to say about what I had to say, unless you had something else to say. Let's get to the comment section for all of it. So let's see. Got a super chat here. Kick off the night from my guy, Trevor Patch. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Trev, writes, Lou, I shipped my milk to Carson for a healthy season. I love it. Milk does a body good. That's what I've been told. I never actually took that to heart. I hate milk. I literally only drink milk in my cereal. I can't drink milk by itself. But I heard it does a body good. I also heard that it actually causes osteoporosis if you drink too much of it. But that's another discussion for another day. Quentin Ruiz, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Quentin Ruiz, writes, prayers do come true. I was hoping you would go live tonight. Why do you think Ron is taking so long bringing another linebacker in? I'm getting nervous. So he talked about it, and I mentioned this, and you probably super chatted this before I said it, but he wants to see what these guys are doing early in camp. Like, if they respond the way that he hopes, if Cole Holcomb responds the way he wants him to, being the full-time middle linebacker with the green dot, getting everybody lined up. If Jamin Davis looks comfortable in year 2, he's flying around the field. He looks like a guy that understands his assignment and doesn't look lost. And then, the guys that are backing him up look like competent backups. He feels like, hey, this is exactly what I was banking on. We don't need to do anything. Let's let the young boys play. That's been Ron's MO since he got here. Hey, let's let the young boys play. Let's not impede progress of the young boys by bringing in an aging veteran to do what we want the young boys to ultimately be able to do for us in the future. I get that. But if the young boys aren't getting it and you don't have time to wait, that's when you bring in a veteran. So he wants to see what they're doing in camp first. And if it's not to his liking, if they feel like, hey, we kind of slacking at the linebacker position, then they're going to do something. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Video channel, right? What's up, Lou? What's up, video channel? Thoughts on Scott Turner's head coaching opportunity if Washington has a top 10 offense? I think we'll hear rumblings and grumblings of a Scott Turner potential hire. I don't think he gets hired this next head coaching hiring cycle, even if Washington has like the 7th offense in the league, goes 11-6, and the offense is the biggest reason why we go 11-6, and Wentz has a resurgence. I don't think he gets a job yet. I think that would put him in that rarefied air that he needs to be in, so that the next coaching cycle, if we are able to duplicate it from a offensive standpoint, then I think he would be in serious discussions, because we've heard his name crop up, but he hasn't had a single interview to this point. I think there is a little bit of buzz surrounding his name because of his last name, Turner, but his dad wasn't a great head coach, so I don't think he's going to get any passes because of that. He's going to have to do it, and it's going to have to be more than just 1 year for someone to give him an opportunity. But I do think ultimately he's going to become a head coach in this league. I do feel that way. He has the temperament. I think he understands, what this is all about. I don't know if he's a leader of men or not. I like his demeanor. I like the way he speaks. And if he does a great job of conveying that to his players, I think he has an opportunity to be a head coach in this league. But I don't think it's going to be upcoming in 2023. I think if he gets a head coaching job, at the earliest, it'll be 2024. Let's see. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Just Andre, writes, people think this team getting 12, 13 wins, this team hasn't won a playoff game in over 10 years. The Orioles have had more success in the last 10 years. I'm guilty. I think we can win 12 games. I honestly, the number is 11 for me. I sat down, I looked at the schedule with LB, Law, and Bad Dog, and I probably overbid it by a game, because the number in my mind has always been 11-6. I gave us 12-5, and there's some game in there that I gave us that I probably shouldn't. I tried to give us the first Cowboys game, and I had to go back and take that game away. I was going 13-4 for a second there. We're not sweeping Dallas, and I had to understand, look, bro, you're doing too much right now, okay? Because I get excited looking at the schedule because I think we can beat Green Bay. I thought we should have beat them last year. We just don't beat them in Lambeau for whatever reason. But when Aaron Rodgers brings his ass to FedEx, that's when we tax his ass in the regular season. Now, he did beat us in the postseason at one time. But outside of that postseason, when you go look at Aaron Rodgers' regular season record at FedEx, he's winless, okay? I feel like we got some shit for his ass when he comes here. I think we can win that game. But a game like Tennessee, that easily could be a loss. I don't think the Titans are going to be good, which is why I gave us the win. That easily could be a loss. All right, the Titans show up, they run the football, Derrick Henry goes for 170 yards. We could easily lose that game. Like, I could see us losing 2 or 3 games that I gave us wins for. So, yeah, I could see skepticism in this particular case is warranted. If you don't have skepticism and you're just blindly willing to say that this team's going to win 12, 13 games, I'm going to look at you funny. Like you're saying, like, people that think you're going to win 12, 13 games, you're out of your damn mind. And I get that. And you should feel that way. Because even me thinking that we can win 12 games, in the back of my mind, I'm saying, bro, what the hell is wrong with you? When the last time you've done that? That shit doesn't happen to us. But at some point, it does have to happen to us. I don't know when, but this year's as good as any. I think we're in a great spot. So I get it, Just Andre. Tony P56, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Tony P56 writes, Lou, what's our biggest need right now and who could fill it? Right now, we don't have a glaring need per se, because they've done a really good job this offseason of filling all of the holes that this roster had. To me, if you ask me right now, what's the biggest need is tight end, because without Logan Thomas, I don't trust any of the guys that's behind him to be anything other than a TE2 at best. And you're asking someone to be a TE1 for the first, however many weeks Logan Thomas is going to be out. So if you ask me right now, like, people will say, we need a linebacker. Well, why? You don't know if we need a linebacker, because we're only going to play 2 linebackers on the field for most of the snaps, and they're going to play a Buffalo nickel, and that may be Cam Curl, that may be Percy Butler. Why do you need another linebacker? Obviously, you don't want to wait until it's a problem, but you want to be proactive, not reactive. But still, I'm hoping that we don't have to see any of the depth at linebacker, that those guys stay healthy and they play well this year. The position that I would look to insert a guy right away would be tight end. I don't know if anybody's out there that I like at this point. I remember going into the offseason, I'm like, yo, this is going to be a ridiculously loaded tight end offseason. And then everybody got franchise tagged. David Njoku got franchise tagged. Mike Gesicki got franchise tagged. Dallas franchise tagged their tight end. And all of a sudden, Dalton Schultz. And all of a sudden, and then the Giants released, or not released, they allowed Evan Ingram to walk. He goes and signs with Jacksonville immediately. We wanted O.J. Howard. He goes to Buffalo immediately. And just like that, the tight end market had dried up. So I don't really know if there's anything out there that you should want at this point. Again, I'd much rather just see what the young fellas are talking about, what the young boys are doing, than to go out and, get a veteran that doesn't really serve a purpose for us. So we'll see what happens. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Just Andre writes, Thomas overrated, Gibby underrated. So depending on who you talk to, Gibby is actually overrated because he's not an efficient running back. I tend to disagree because he's such a young pup. And I thought last year we brought down his efficiency numbers by the usage rate, by how we used him. But because we were winning games 17-15 and we were winning games in these low-scoring manners, you had no choice but to try to grind out the clock. And so we were giving it to him when we knew the other team knew he was getting it and he was only going to get a yard, but we didn't give a shit. Like I remember all these Eagles fans talking about Miles Sanders averaged over 5 yards a carry. I don't give a shit about that. You had a quarterback that teams had to account for. That made it so much easier for him to have space. I liken that to Alfred Morris. Does anybody think Alfred Morris is a 1,400-yard running back? He was never that again in his career after that one season with Robert Griffin III. Why? Because everybody had to account for Robert Griffin III as a runner. I'm not saying Miles Sanders can't run the football, but what I'm saying is when you've got something else that you have to worry about that's occupying your eyeballs and your mental space, it makes it easier for the running back to be able to maneuver. There was none of that in Washington. And furthermore, we put him in a spot where we said, hey, look, we're trying to grind out this clock. We're going to give it to you on first down. We're going to give it to you on second down. The defense knew that. I could think of 3 or 4 games where we were trying to just run out clock. And his average took a hell of a hit because of it. If you want to talk about fumbles, that's the issue. But talent-wise, I think we're going to see Antonio Gibson potentially explode this year. So he could be underrated. I know some out there that think he's overrated. If I had to put him in a category, I would put him in the underrated category, not the overrated. But Thomas, you could say he's overrated. I made the case last year when he was coming off of his best season of his career that he was overrated because people were talking about him. Remember, our tight ends coach then was talking about how Logan Thomas was top 7 in the league. And I was like, whoa, bro, slow your roll. Now, when I think top 7 in the league at that time, Mike Gesicki wasn't doing what he's, hadn't ascended yet. He was coming, but he wasn't there yet. And so it might not have been that tough to reel off 6 guys and then get to Logan Thomas. That said, there are other guys with a body of work. There are other guys that are more talented, younger, all of that good stuff. All those things are on their side. He's definitely not a top 10 tight end in this league as Logan Thomas. And last year didn't do him any favors with all the injuries. That said, for what he means to us, he's huge. Okay. What Logan Thomas means to us is huge. And anybody that's a fan of this team that has watched this team the last 2 years and you can't see the value and the impact that Logan Thomas brings, I can't help you. He changes things drastically, not just on, first or second or third down, but also in the red zone. He changes things drastically. JH. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you who writes. They removed Sons of Washington from the song. Why do you think that is? Not inclusive enough. Last time I checked, the team is comprised of all men. I don't think they wanted to be too close to what the song was before. So they tried to remove some of the parts that they felt like might have been non-inclusive, might have been offensive, or just something that they felt like we don't even need to just keep that there to even have a conversation being had about it. Look, if you're going to go PC, you got to go all the way. There, you can't kind of straddle the fence there. They've already made their decision. They're going PC all the way. And so if that's the case, then you just do what you need to do. I personally, the fight song, once the Redskins name died, the fight song died with it. All right. Like, I don't give a shit what the fight song is now, to be honest with you, because it's not going to hit the same as Hail to the Redskins. It just can't, period. You know, I saw debates online today on socials about 5 syllables versus 6 syllables. You know, you got to change it because it Hail to the Redskins was 5 syllables and this is 6. It just doesn't sound right. Now you're cramming 2 words together. Too much time is being spent on some shit that doesn't actually help us win football games. That's what losers do. Losers focus on the fight song because there's not enough actual tangible winning on the field being done to draw your attention. So you want to talk about some shit. That's some Bruce Allen picnics and pants shit, talking about the fight song. I don't give a shit about the fight song. I want to win football games. I don't give a shit what the song is. They could have been singing about cotton candy, rainbows, and bubble gum. I want to win football games. I don't know why they removed it. I think it's just a PC thing. At the end of the day, I don't care. I'm going to be honest with you. And I hope that wasn't too harsh, JH. But you already know how I'm wired. I don't give it 2 shits. Once Washington Redskins died, the fight song for me died. There was no resurrecting that. There wasn't picking that out of the grave and trying to, you know, revamp it. That's dead. I buried it with Washington Redskins. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Thomas is the most overrated player in my opinion. He doesn't get any yards after catch. He's big, but he doesn't bully anyone. That Giants fumble recovery was awful. He's average. I complained about a lot of the same things you complained about just now in that comment. However, you're focusing on the things that he doesn't do, and you're not giving him credit for the things that he does bring to the table. He's a big, inviting target that no matter who the quarterback is going to be able to locate him and find him. He has hands that are absolutely like sticky tack. He catches everything, okay? You're not going to get too many drops out of Logan Thomas. I think I can only recall like 2 drops in 2 years out of Logan Thomas. And one wasn't an easy catch that I'm counting as a drop because he would even tell you I probably should have caught that. But it wasn't an easy catch. He catches everything. No, he's not a big yards after catch guy. Is he a bully? Not really, but he can use his body. He has used his body in the past. So I think you're dismissing the value that a guy like Logan Thomas has on 3rd and 6, where he just runs to the sticks, sits down, and because his frame is so big, you can't get around it. It's a catch, and he's going to fall for it. It's a first down. We missed that last year. Just Logan Thomas running 5 yards and turning around. We missed that last year. Something as simple as Logan Thomas running a 4-yard speed cut. We missed that last year on 3rd and 3. So I think you're dismissing his impact in the red zone, on 3rd downs, in the blocking game. He's a hell of a blocker. You're dismissing all of the things that makes this guy a viable option at the tight end position, and you're focusing in on the things that he doesn't do well. And again, this is what happens when people want to make points. You highlight the things to help solidify the point that you're trying to make and you minimize the things that will detract from your point. There's a lot of value, more value in Logan Thomas being healthy for this team than Logan Thomas, not being healthy. So to me, you can say he's overrated, and that's fine. You can believe what you want to believe. I don't think that's the case. I remember last year, I was a little bit perturbed that so many people were catapulting him into these discussions that I didn't think he belonged. But I understand what value he brings to the table. And if you can't see the value in a Logan Thomas after not having him for much of the season last year, if you can't see how that impacted our offense negatively, again, I can't help you on that one, just Andre. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Rob U. writes, what up, Lou? What's up, Rob U? Holcomb and Schweitzer always qualify as underrated guys. Facts. I couldn't agree with you more. If I was making a list and I wanted to leave some of those options for you guys, Cole Holcomb would have been the next guy defensively for me as underrated. And Wes Schweitzer, if I'm making a short list of underrated guys offensively, Wes Schweitzer is on that short list because his value to this offense is immeasurable. What he brings to the table from a position flex standpoint, toughness, grit, all of that stuff that I love, especially up front on the offensive line, he brings to the table. He's invaluable to a team like ours where, you need that depth up front. You need a guy that can play 3 out of the 5 offensive line positions and play it well. I couldn't agree with you more. Holcomb, I remember when we all got wind of the fact, and I tried to explain to y'all, I said, I think they're going to roll with Cole Holcomb, and I wouldn't be shocked if they didn't draft a linebacker. And I put that out there before the draft. I said, look, don't psych yourself up into thinking we're drafting a linebacker. I wouldn't be shocked if we don't. I think they're going to roll with Cole Holcomb, and I laid out all of the things that have been said all offseason. I'm like, this is trending in the direction of Cole Holcomb's going to be the guy. And you should have seen the pushback from fans as if Cole Holcomb is a chump. But I think they just wanted a new toy. They had made their minds up that they wanted something different, something new. So I think that's more along the lines of where a lot of that disdain came from, and not necessarily a reflection on how they actually truly feel about Cole Holcomb. That said, I believe both of those guys are underrated as well. Thank you for that super chat. JH, thank you. Stand up, JH. You are officially in the building as the newest member of the MOBB mob. You know what to do. Welcome JH with open arms. Show them what it's like to be a member of the MOBB. So glad to have you. Looking forward to chopping it up with you, JH. Welcome to the squad. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Metaphor, writes, cheers with a 40 of OE. Okay. A little OE. He says, pour some out for our pup list. They're not done for the season. I'm not pouring out anything for dudes that's going to be coming back at some point this season. I don't need to do that. All right. Save your OE. Take it to the head. Whatever you feel like you need to do. Don't waste it, though. Don't waste the OE. These dudes are coming back, okay? If we had some, out for the seasons, then that's when you pour out a little OE for some of those dudes. But these guys are coming back, so I don't need to waste any of my OE. If you got some, I'm not wasting any of my wine. I'm going to go ahead and sip it. Don't waste the OE on guys that are coming back, okay? Thank you for the super chat. Metaphor. Andre Bug, stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. My guy, Andre Bug. Mob, you know what to do. Show AB some love. Welcome him with open arms. Show him that this is a very inviting family. And we want to add another member. So, Andre, come on in. Get comfortable. Look forward to chopping it up with you. Welcome to the squad. Glad to have you. Let's see. Rob U, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Rob U. My guy, Rob U writes, Lou, I'm right there with you most of the time, but why? I do see more in John Bates than just a number 2 or 3. His blocking is the best of the bunch. Just because you block well doesn't make you a TE1. Okay, there's so much that comes. so much more that comes with being Jordan Reed couldn't block a lick, and he was the most dynamic tight end this team has had in the last 20 years, probably. Okay, Chris Cooley. I don't need to do that. He's the most dynamic tight end we've had since Chris Cooley. And Cooley wasn't anywhere near as dynamic as Jordan Reed, but he was a more well-rounded player than Jordan Reed. So I'm just going to say that a lot of you want John Bates to be something that I don't think and remember how excited I was for John Bates when we drafted him. Remember what I told you guys? You asked me what draft pick was I most excited about. I said, I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm the most excited about John Bates. This is the 2021 draft. I'm most excited about John Bates. I like John Bates. He's cool, but I don't think I missed anything on John Bates. All right. My guy, Andre just told you everything. I think it's the same player. He's cool. And I think ultimately he's less of what Logan Thomas is, because I think Logan Thomas is more athletically gifted. And that's not saying much than John Bates. But I think John Bates is a very well-rounded tight end. He can catch the football. He's not a great athlete. He's not terrible, all right, but he's not a great athlete. He's not making anybody miss. There's not a lot of yards after catch. He can block. I think he's a well-rounded tight end. I don't think he might be a 2, and I might be underselling him as a 2 in this league. I think he's more of a 3. He's going to have to prove to me that he's a tight end 2. He's not a 1. I can assure you of that. I might be underselling him as a 2. He might be good enough to be TE2. I need to see it. I didn't see enough last year to sell me on anything other than he's a TE3. So we'll see. Joe Castles, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Joe Castles writes, bro, we have a cupcake schedule, playoffs for sure this year. Just because it's cupcake solved doesn't mean we're going to get to indulge. Okay. This team has been known to F shit up. Things have been put on a silver platter. Remember the Giants game, week 17, 2017 or 2016? Shit has been put on the platter for us before, and we found a way to F it up. So I never take anything for granted. And that's just a part of my thought process. Okay. Nothing by itself is good enough to say that we're going to win 11, 12 games. But when you put it all together, it's good enough to produce an 11, 12 win season. But that schedule alone isn't good enough. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Metaphor. Who writes, Lou, I know you ain't drinking wine. That's cherry Kool-Aid. Now you know better. You already know. This ain't no damn cherry Kool-Aid, okay? We've had that discussion already. You already know what this is. And if you don't know, now you know. This ain't no damn cherry Kool-Aid, that's for sure. Anyway, Derek B. My guy Derek B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Derek B. writes, check your DM. I read your DM. You talked about watching every single snap of Carson Wentz from 2018 to 2021. And then you said, shit, I finished it. So you went back and watched 2017. And you said, 17 Wentz was really good. But he wasn't as good as we made him out to be. His team was really good that season. And you're right. They were good. Wentz was really good that season too. And you acknowledge that, but you're like, I think people have, put him on this pedestal in 2017 that maybe he didn't necessarily belong on. But you got to remember, he was a rookie in 16. And then there was this monumental leap from 16 to 17. And again, he was right there in the MVP discussion. And so that's why, and you said you watched every single snap. You saw some crazy plays that he made, from using his athleticism to out of the pocket, extending and making throws. He was outstanding in that season before the injury. And like you said, he had a great supporting cast. Nelson Aguilar had an out-of-body experience. Alshon Jeffrey, was making plays. He had 3 tight ends, as you mentioned, Burton, Ertz, and the dude Selleck, and you talked about the running backs. They had like 18 running backs that year. The defense, I thought that's the part that a lot of people don't talk about. The defense was really, really good that year. And you mentioned that, how good the defense was. So I read your DM. I just didn't respond. And always know, I told you I'm a lurker. Always know that I see the shit you send me. Sometimes it's something as simple as I'm responding to you and my phone rings, or I'm responding to you, something happens with one of the babies, or I'm responding to you, my wife interrupts me and I never get back to it. That's what happened to you. I literally have like a half of, a comment written and I never got to finish it and hit the send button, but I read it. He says, Wentz was not a one-hit wonder. 2017 Eagles were. And so, again, that's what I've been trying to stress to Eagles fans, is that they keep wanting to go all the way back to 2017. And I'm like, bro, don't skip over 19 like that didn't exist. Some of them have tried to get me right in 18. I still feel like 18 was a season where he wasn't as bad. The numbers were there. And I feel like the team overall let him down in 18. And he was injured too. He was compromised. But he didn't have a great record in 18. But I thought he was solid enough to be better than 5-6 when he exited the lineup in 2018. But that's nor here nor there. The bottom line is he's not a one-hit wonder. And some Eagles fans are trying to portray that. Like he wasn't any good after 17. He was never the same. I digress. I read your comment, though. Trust me. Rob Yu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Rob Yu writes, who finishes the season as RB1? It's Antonio Gibson. I know a lot of people think Brian Robinson is in here to take this man's job. And if Gibby doesn't do the little things like protect the rock, he will take his job. But for me, Antonio Gibson is more talented than Brian Robinson. I think Brian Robinson is the more natural running back, okay? And that in itself is a uphill battle that Antonio Gibson will have to overcome. However, he's more equipped to overcome it now than he would have been 2 years ago. Had they drafted Brian Robinson last year and Gibson was going into his second year, I would say Brian Robinson is going to finish the season as our number one back. But because Gibson has 2 years under his belt, he understand that he needed to cut weight, get into better shape. I think mentally he's in a different place. He's ready to explode this year. If he stays healthy, Antonio Gibson is going to be a huge playmaker for this football team in 2022. So I think he finishes the season as our number one back. He's out to prove that, hey, y'all need to pay me. Because remember, next year is the offseason and he needs to get paid. Again, he'll be going into the final year of his rookie deal. Obviously, running backs, that's a position you generally don't get paid at. But if you believe in a guy enough, you pay him. This is his opportunity to prove once and for all that he deserves to be paid. He goes out, rushes for 1,200 yards, adds in another 450 receiving, has 15 total touchdowns on the season, 11 rushing, 4 receiving. How do you not pay this guy? So we'll see if he's able to do that. Khalil Commanders, stand up. You are officially in the building as the newest member of the MOBB. Come on in. You know what it is. Mob, you know how we do it. Show this guy how it's done. Welcome him. Make him feel warm and fuzzy. And also, thank you for your patronage. Look forward to chopping it up with you, Khalil Commander. Welcome to the squad. Khalil Commanders, newest member of the MOBB. Thank you once again. Dejan Bell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Dejan Bell writes, Lou, you might as well slide to the free practice. I'm still deciding on whether I'm going to go or not. My guy Derek B is trying to convince me, hey, I need you out there. I need your eyes out there on the practice field to tell me what's really going on out there. And that's a valid point. I may ultimately go. Like I said, the little August 6th practice, I think I got like 8 tickets to it. I think I have another practice that I signed up for and I can go to if I want. I don't know if I'm going to go. I think that's August the 2nd. So I do have some in my back pocket. We'll see. I'm not going to guarantee you anything because I ain't gonna lie to you. I just don't know if I want to go, but we'll see. Let's see. Got another super chat here. This one is from Barry Curtis. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Barry Curtis, who writes, I see this team as an 8 to 10 win team, especially with Chase being out so long. This defense is looking very average, and I just can't assume Carson Wentz is going to lead us to the promised land. And that's a fair take. That's a fair assumption. Again, I told you, skepticism is necessary when it comes to this team. So anybody that feels like this is an 8 to 10 win team, I don't blame you for feeling that way. There are a lot of circumstances that I've factored in that make me feel a little bit more comfortable than you do, obviously. But Chase being out isn't a hindrance to me. I want Chase in the lineup. He makes this defense better, contrary to popular belief of some of you. But at the end of the day, this isn't the schedule we played last year. You know, last year we played the best of the best, the quarterback position. I don't know if there's been a tougher quarterback schedule in NFL history that a team has played than the one we played last season. And somehow we managed to win 7 of those games. If you're looking at the schedule this year, you're looking at the roster, you're looking at the quarterback, you're looking at all those things. This is why I can't allow myself to settle for 8 to 10 wins. Because I looked at the schedule last year and I told y'all this is going to be brutal, you know. And somehow I still convinced myself that, 10 was the ceiling last year and 7 was the floor. And I picked us to win 10 games, even though I knew good and well we weren't winning 10 goddamn games. I still wanted to be on the high side, the optimism side, the optimistic side. But I said 7's the floor, 10's the ceiling. We hit the floor, 7. That was against a murderer's row schedule, and we still won 7, despite injuries and COVID and all of this bullshit that we had to endure last season. Still won 7 games with Taylor Heineke at quarterback. You're trying to tell me with a much less, and I get it. Each season is its own entity. Just because we did this last year doesn't mean we're going to do this year. I get it. I understand that. I'm no dummy, okay? I know the rules to the game, and I choose to play. However, I can't erase that from my memory bank. That last year, with all the things that we endured, with the schedule that we had to play, we managed to still win 7 games. We're playing a much lesser schedule, a schedule that looks more like the schedule we played in 2020 when we ultimately also won 7 games with a lot less talent, okay? That team was terrible, and we found a way to win 7 games. You're telling me we won 7 games each of the last 2 seasons for different reasons. The schedule was terrible in 2020. The schedule was much tougher in 2021, and we still won 7 games. You're trying to tell me we're going to just be 1 game to 3 games better this year with a much better roster, a much better quarterback, and a much easier schedule. It's just hard for me to buy that. Hard for me. Now, the only thing that's different from 2020 when we won 7 games is the division is much better. Dallas isn't a pushover, and neither is Philadelphia. And I think even the Giants are going to be better and much improved. So from that standpoint, you got to take care of business in the division, but you always got to be able to take care of business in the division if you're planning on winning double-digit games to begin with. So I can't buy the 8 to 10. Like, that's a cop-out. To me, 8 to 10 wins is the person that, and I'm guilty. I've been this guy. The guy that goes, hey, we're going to be 8-8. Hey, we're going to be 7-9. That's easy to do. Put you right around the norm, right around the rest of the league. Now, I'm not settling for average this year. The schedule doesn't suggest we should settle for average. The roster, while it's not where I think it ultimately could wind up, I think it's an improved roster that puts us in a position to take advantage of the schedule that's being placed in front of us. And I think the quarterback position, again, you can say what you want about Carson Wentz. We won 7 games with 3 different quarterbacks starting winning games for us in 2020. We started 4 different quarterbacks in 2020, and we won 7 games with Taylor Heineke at quarterback last year. If you're telling me we can't do better with Carson Wentz at quarterback, I just have a hard time buying that. So the 8 to 10 for me, that's an easy cop-out for anyone that doesn't want to put their balls on the line. And that's fine. Again, skepticism should be rampant amongst this fan base. I'm not going to chastise anybody that decides to go with the 8 to 10 route. Okay. That's reasonable. And if we win 10 games and we make the playoffs, I'll take it. But I'm tired of being, modest. And I finally got a quarterback that I think is capable of winning us some games and putting us in a position to win some games. And so to hell with that. We don't have Alex Smith or Dwayne Haskins or Kyle Allen or Taylor Heineke or Ryan Fitzpatrick at quarterback anymore. We don't have Case Keenum at quarterback anymore. So now I'm feeling like F everybody. I'm trying to win 10, 11, 12 games. That's how that's what I'm on. I'm trying to win 11, 12 games. Forget 10. I'll take 10, but I'm trying to win 11, 12 games. That's where I'm at with mine. Thank you for the super chat, Barry Curtis. Sonny Rawson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Sonny. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. Lou, I'm about to be blacked out, sleeping in the trunk while you get your seatbelt on riding shotgun, along for the ride, ready to die, fighting mob. You already know I'm strapped in, seatbelt ready to go. And that's always been my stance. I'm going to ride with Ron until the wheels fall off. It may not ultimately, be what we want it to be, but I'm going to ride with Ron until the wheels fall off. I can tell you Ron didn't know what he was signing up for. Ron had no idea that it was going to be this tough. None of that stuff. And I think he kind of, and I said this last year, Ron regrets taking this job, but he's in too deep now. He's Omar Epps. He's in too deep. There's nothing you can do now. You just gotta, play it out and see where it goes. I just know this, if he's able to turn this thing around, he's a made man. He's a made man. If he's able to get this team to a Super Bowl and they win it, he needs to be in the Hall of Fame. That's how downtrodden this franchise has been, and that's how much shit is swirling around this team. That if he's able to get us to a Super Bowl and we win it, he deserves a statue. And they can't do that for him if they haven't done it for Joe Jackson Gibbs. Obviously, I'm aware. But this is how bad the franchise is right now. And this is how much he has to deal with. So I'm riding with Ron. We'll see what happens. All right. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Metaphor, writes, our wins and our volume goes to 11. Turn it up. I'm with it. That, again, 12-5 was a bit hasty for me. You know how it is. You get around the fellas, the testosterone starts to flow, and I start talking a little bit more shit than I need to. 11-6 is probably more likely where I like in my mind, that's what this team should be. I'm not backing off of 12-5 though. I'm not backing down from 12-5. But 11-6 is where I think we ultimately end up. But I'm riding with 12-5 until that's no longer a possibility. Merle Garrett, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Merle writes, this whole front office has a losing record for their careers, 10 wins and a playoff win, or clean them all out. I mean, it's easier said than done. You have to understand that this is not a desired job. I just mentioned all the reasons why, with Daniel Snyder being the owner and it just being a toxic environment and hard to win because of all the shit you've got to deal with. For you to just clean out the entire front office and start anew, if this were a highly sought after and coveted job, sure, knock yourself out. You're not going to get any better than what we have. And the guys that they brought in are competent at their job. I'm not saying that they're the best in the league, and that's what you should be striving for, is among the best in the league. But they're serviceable. They're better than what we've had. And I want to give them an opportunity to see what they can do. And giving them really one full offseason and one full draft and then getting rid of them isn't my idea of giving them an opportunity to show what they can do. Because remember, Marty Herney and Martin Mayhew and company, they literally got here last year during the draft process. Like, they didn't really have a full offseason. They were working with guys that probably weren't their own from a scouting standpoint. There are a lot of, extenuating circumstances that they had to deal with and circumvent just to, make the draft feel like their own. This year was the first time that they've been on the road, that they've been able to have their own staff, their own scouts, all of that stuff in the building, and, really be able to put their fingerprints on this roster. You got to give it more than 1 year to be able to say that they did a good or a bad job. So I don't think that's something that I would co-sign. Let's see. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Lou, you're tripping. You're drinking that cherry wine. Salutes. You know this ain't no damn cherry wine, okay? You already know what it is. Let's see. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, I don't drink, Lou, but I'm sipping this super lemon cherry gelato. I told you, it doesn't have to be an adult beverage. Whatever you feel like bringing to the table, as long as it's not milk, I'm all for it. All right? So I love to hear it. That actually sounds pretty damn good, if I'm being honest. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Just Andre writes, Cam Curl most underrated on this team. After Montez Sweat, I think Cam Curl, for me, and if you put Cam Curl number one, got no issues with it, because honestly speaking, he probably is the most underrated player on this team. Not a lot of people know about Cam Curl outside of our market, right? I just think Montez Sweat, nobody's talking about this dude, and I think he's like Cam Curl, I think has a chance to be a top 10 safety in the league. Montez Sweat, I think, has a chance to be a top 3 pass rusher in this league if he puts it all together. I think he has a chance to be that good. Now, I don't think he's going to be better than TJ Watt or Joey and Nick Bosa and all of those dudes. So, again, but I'm telling you, if he maxes out his potential and plays the kind of football that I know he's capable of, I think he's that good. I think he ultimately has top 5 type talent. Whereas Cam Curl, I don't know if he ever puts himself in that conversation, as a top 5 safety necessarily. But, man, is he good. Cam Curl, I'm anxious to see what he does this year. This is the year where if Cam Curl is going to ascend into that Pro Bowl super, star, not superstar, star status, this is the year he takes the leap. All right, because that first year, he was around the football, fumbles, interceptions. Like, the best safeties in the league, they find themselves around the football. Cam Curl did not have a single forced turnover, or he wasn't around the football enough last season. That's problematic for me now. He made some plays. Remember the Carolina play, one-on-one with Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield on the 4th down. He stops McCaffrey 1 yard short of the 1st down. Like, that's elite level safety play right there, okay? When we talk about the elite safeties in the league, like a Derwin James, that's the type of shit that he does. So Cam Curl is in that same vein, but I need him to be creating turnovers too. Those guys that we talk about at the safety position, Justin Simmons and Derwin James and the safety out in Tennessee, Kevin Byard, these dudes are creating turnovers. They're getting short fields for the offense. I need Cam Curl to be back on that shit he was in his rookie season when he was picking off Nick Mullins for a pick 6. I need him to get back on that shit. But Cam Curl's right up there. If you want to put him at the top, you won't get an argument out of me whatsoever. None. Let's see. Got another super chat here. This one is from Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat, Red Wings 01. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, a toast to Chris Carson, career cut way too short. Salud, Chris. I agree with you. A guy that, and generally we see that with these physical runners. I don't know if there was a runner in the NFL currently that ran harder than Chris Carson, which is why I think he was always injured. And obviously, he just retired with a neck injury. And I think it's due to his play style. Football will and always will be and forever will be a physical car collision sport. And the more physically you play it, the more susceptible you are to getting injured and having your career cut short, which is why I clown Kyler Murray for getting down and not wanting contact. But when you're as small as he is in a sport like this, your best bet is to get down. So, cheers to Chris Carson on a very solid NFL career cut way too short due to an injury. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Metaphor writes, trace the hits and check the file. Don't sweat the technique. You know what it is. Don't sweat the technique. Like I said, a lot of people not sweating the technique like they should. That's one of his problems. He needs to get better with his technique. But I'm telling you, if he puts it all together, I like Montez Sweat. Ishmael Benitez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy IB writes, Curtis Samuel, never ever trust a man with two first names. He says, I'm afraid they won't utilize him properly though. Overrated, I'll say Ron Rivera. I like Ron. I think he's good for our team, but if you're keeping it 100, he's not that guy. You're probably you know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I won't co-sign that he's not that guy. But there's enough people out there that feel the same way that you do, that it's not something that you can just dismiss. The numbers speak for themselves. My argument is your job as a head coach is to find a way to get your team into the playoffs. It doesn't always have to be pretty. You just got to be good enough to get into the postseason. And he's done that 5 out of 11 years. And if he's able to do it this year, he'll be batting 500. Okay. He'll be hitting it at a 50% clip in terms of the playoffs. So essentially you're saying every other year he makes the playoffs. I mean, that's not a bad deal. You would like that percentage to be higher, clearly, but you know, for a guy that's been in the league as long as he has, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Especially being that, you know, yeah, he had Cam Newton. But Cam Newton's not going to the Hall of Fame. Generally speaking, when a coach has a ridiculous win percentage and, you know, a rate of going to the postseason, that's because he's got a Hall of Fame quarterback. Go find me a coach that outside of John Harbaugh. All right. That's the one guy that I think is the exception to the rule. Everybody else that has a ridiculously high win percentage and is making it to the playoffs every year. And even Harbaugh doesn't make it every year. Why? Because he doesn't have that guy at a quarterback position. But I don't know what his numbers are. I remember just 3 years ago, there was rumblings and grumblings around Baltimore that John Harbaugh might be fired. And I know I was sniffing around. Like, hey, if you don't want him, I'll take him. I'd say Harbaugh's probably been in the league, he was their coach in 2012 when they went to the Super Bowl with Flacco. I'd say Harbaugh's probably been in the league. Let's put him at 13 years. How many of those years you think he went to the playoffs? I don't know that number, and I'll get the crack staff on him. Somebody out there, look it up for me. I'm going to go with he's been in the league. He's been the head coach for the Ravens for 13 years. And I'm going to say he's been to the postseason 8 times in 13 years. Ron's not that far off, is what I'm trying to convey to you. If that's the number for John Harbaugh. And somebody might say, actually, Louie, he's been in the league 14 years and he's been in the playoffs 11 of those 14 years. Okay, that's different, right? That's a little bit different. But I said all that to say this. The Mike Tomlins, the Bill Belichick's, the guys that we talk about as, you know, staples in this league, they've done it with franchise quarterbacks. The one guy in the league that I look at right now and I say, hey, this dude's a lot better than people are giving him credit for is Mike Vrabel. He's done it with Ryan Tannehill. Now, the division that he plays in, Not great, right? But he's beating everybody. He's beating Kansas City. He's beating Pittsburgh. He's beating the good teams. Like, he's not ducking the smoke. He went to LA and beat the Rams on a Sunday night last year. Like, he's not ducking the smoke. They're beating everybody. They're just not doing it when it counts in the playoffs. So, is Ron Rivera as good as Mike Vrabel? Right now, no. No, he's not. But we're going to see what happens this season. I think this is the first year that I'm really going to. I think the first 2 years, Ron was really looking to just, try to change, the perception, the culture, this, that, and the third, build up the roster. I've talked about this. You build up the roster and you drop the quarterback in. Well, that's what they've done. They built up the roster. Now they're dropping the quarterback in the center, and they're hoping that they can take off like the Buffalo Bills did, like Seattle did back in 2012. We'll see. If it doesn't work, back to the drawing board, and then we can have a real Ron Rivera discussion. I don't disagree with either one of yours. Curtis Samuel on the underrated side and Ron Rivera on the overrated side. I don't disagree with either one of those. I'm not co-signing either one of them, but I'm listening to the debate, and I'm willing to hear you out on both of those guys. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, rights. Top 5, you know the rest, Lou. You better hope Wentz does his thing so I can blast you with super donos. Look, at the end of the day, you know what it is, man. I want him to do his thing, not because of the donations. Donations! Stop hitting me! I thought it was a trash can. I'm not going to hope he does well so that the donos flow. I just want him to do well because I want to win. That, above all else, I want to win, man. Right? Like, that's at the end of the day what I care about the most. And if Wentz is the reason, and again, we're only going to go as far as he takes us. So he may not be the reason we win every game. But if we win 11 or 12 games, he's going to be a huge part of the reason why. So anyway, I digress. Megan said, hey, Louie T better stop playing with my name, bro. Hey, I'm just repeating what you guys have been saying, okay? You and Big Money Sonny have been pretty much consistent throughout in your support of Carson Wentz. And that's all I was saying. Big Money Sonny, my guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, rights. Blitz the hell out of every team. Don't matter if we get burnt. We got a top 5 that'll light it up anyhow. You already know. No, I don't already know. Okay. I don't already know. And I don't want him to go full Jim Haslett on us and be blitzing in the most inopportune times and giving up bombs down the field. No. That's not what I'm asking Jack Del Rio to do. Okay. Don't misconstrue what I'm asking him to do. I want Jack Del Rio to be selective, but I want him to be more aggressive when the time calls for it. I think too often he's sitting on his hands. He doesn't want to give up a big play, but yet the team that you're playing against isn't a big play offense. So why don't you just attack them and force them to beat you over the top? If they're capable, they'll do it. If they're not, then you'll get to them. But don't allow them to be comfortable. Like, I felt like that's what we were doing with Daniel Jones. Blitz Daniel Jones. Speed up his process. We're letting him stand back there, survey the field. One of Daniel Jones's biggest weaknesses is that he doesn't process what he sees quickly. So if you speed his process up, now it's information overload. Now you got him, okay? But if he's back there patting the football, going through his reads, he's going to find somebody open. Anyway. I digress. Got another super chat here from Red Wings 01. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Red Wings 01. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Julio Jones signed with the Bucks. Brady ain't playing. You already knew what it was. Brady's like, look, if I'm going out swinging. I can't have AB. I'm gonna go get the next best thing, and that's Julio Jones. They're gonna stay stacked with receivers. And I told you guys, Julio Jones is going to end up with a Super Bowl contender. He wasn't going to go and play for some random team Because at this point of his career, it's not about the money. It's about winning a championship. And I knew he was going to pick a contender. I didn't think it was going to be that particular contender in Tampa Bay. I thought it was going to be, a different team. Even a team that I didn't necessarily think was a Super Bowl contender per se. But I thought the team that I originally thought was Green Bay. I said he's probably going to end up in Green Bay. But I thought Indy was a dark horse to get him. I didn't think they were a Super Bowl contender, but I thought the whole Matt Ryan allure of, putting that group back together might have been something that he might have been, trying to do. But Brady, that's crazy. See, I knew y'all was going to do that. Y'all trying to chalk up my mood tonight to the wine. And it has nothing to do with the wine. I told you what I was going to do before I got the wine in me. I already told you what kind of night it was going to be. Torrey McTyer, that was the cornerback that I couldn't think of that got hurt in that Hail Mary attempt at the end of week 4 against the Atlanta Falcons. But I had already told y'all what the night was going to be like. And y'all still trying to chalk it up to the wine, man. It ain't the wine. I'm good. I'm fine. Now, this next glass that I pour, that might be the one that puts the kid over the top. But right now, I'm good. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, 3 words, Lou. Why not us? I'm 2 things. I'm why not us and change the narrative. Those are my 3 words. 2 different groups, but why not us, change the narrative? Those are my 3 words for anyone that wants to ask me why 12-5. Why not us? Why not 12-5? I've given you the reasons why I think it can happen. Why not us? Oh, but this can't happen. Change the narrative. One of those 2 phrases will work. But we haven't done it. Change the narrative. We haven't done this since 19. Change the narrative. That's where I'm at with mine. He says, 1 acronym. Let's effing go. LFG. Come on, Lou. This overrated stuff is bringing me down. I'm just making sure I keep you even keel. Too much of the hype is not healthy, especially when we haven't done anything to deserve it. I told you guys, my job is to keep you guys as even keeled as possible. It may not work, but at least I sleep better at night knowing I did my job. Okay? I put the information and the energy out there that needed to be put out there. And again, you do with it what you feel like you must. But I don't want to keep spreading all of this, positivity and hyping all these players up without telling you that there are pitfalls. There are downsides to these situations, scenarios, and these players. Understand that. So you can't come back and say, Louie T didn't tell me. You weren't listening, but I told you. Okay. Let's see. Malachi Malik, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Malachi Malik, writes, Lou, what's up, bro? What's up, Malachi? He says, question. Seeing all that you've seen so far, do you still wish that we would have drafted Chris Olave? Dotson looks promising, but the season will tell all. No, I don't wish we would have drafted Chris Olave because you saw what it would have taken for us to draft him. We would have had to have taken him at 11. And had we taken him at 11, now you don't have Brian Robinson because you don't have a 3rd-round pick. So no. And then you don't end up with Sam Howell because you don't have 2 5th-round picks. Either you take Sam Howell or you take the tight end. You can't take both because we didn't have 2 5th-round picks. We took the first pick that we traded back with the Saints, and we parlayed that into Jahan Dotson and Brian Robinson. Then we took the extra pick that we got and trading back with Carolina. Okay. And the only reason you could trade back with Carolina is because you picked up that 3rd-round pick. So now you could trade back. And we did. We picked up an additional 5th-round pick, and that turned into Cole Turner and Sam Howell. You don't get both, and you don't get Brian Robinson if you draft Chris Olave. So no, I don't regret that. And Jahan Dotson is a legit wide receiver and a guy that I loved in the draft. I like Chris Olave more. I'm not going to sit here and act like I didn't. I like Chris Olave more. But Jahan Dotson, I think, is more dynamic than Chris Olave. I've stated this with the ball in his hands. Olave is more like Terry. He's not making anybody miss after the catch, but he had short hands. He was a tremendous route runner. Jahan Dotson is a good route runner. He's not as good as Chris Olave, but he's got better hands than Chris Olave. He's got better athleticism than Chris Olave. And so there's a lot to love with Jahan Dotson. I don't regret it. And I would do that over 10 times. I wanted the extra picks. I wanted the 3rd round pick. So thank you for that super chat, Malachi. And as you mentioned, the season will play itself out and it will tell the story. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, I'm drinking cherry Kool-Aid with Ciroc with a bowl of cherry as a side snack all season long with the Mob Squad and cherry squads. I'll be here all season, homie. I got some cherries in the fridge. I've been crushing cherries lately. That's been my favorite snack. But cherry Kool-Aid, bro, come off of it, man. Black cherry, all of that shit is trash. All right, come off of it. Ain't no way you can convince me that that's the right move. This is the right move here. Can y'all hear this? That's the right move right there. Pull me up a little glass. All right. Thank you for that, Big Money Sonny. Good to know that you're going to be here all year long. That's what I love to hear. Big Money Sonny, once again, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, hell, even Alex joined the Cherry Squad. He already knows. Alex, that's my guy. So I'm not shocked that Alex joined the Cherry Squad. If nothing else, Alex is joining it just to get some enemy intel, just to be nosy, to know what the hell we talking about. So you got to watch Alex ass because he be snooping around like, oh, yeah, I see what the hell they talking about. That's my guy. And sometimes I'll be having to remind myself he's still the damn enemy at the end of the day, but he's my guy, man. Let's see. Got another super chat. This one is from Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. As always, Big Money Sonny writes, like Condo P said, the amount of likes is disrespectful. Smash the like and let's cheers to the upcoming season. Salutes to the LTN mods. So apparently, since that comment has been made, or those comments have been made, the likes have gone up. I would love the likes to be up over 300. There's consistently been over 450 viewers watching this stream. So if that's the case, I feel like we should be up over 300. But 200, beggars can't be choosers. I'll take it. But, I'll take this opportunity since you brought it up. And since, we're at a point now where we won't get much higher than this on the night. Let's go ahead and take this moment since I just poured up. Glasses up. You got something to drink. I don't care if it's a paper cup. I don't care if it's a styrofoam cup. If it's a glass one like the one I'm holding. I don't care if it's empty. I don't care if it's full, half full. Raise your glass. All right. Glasses to the sky. Here's to health, something we haven't had here in Washington in quite some time. Wealth in terms of winning. We need double digits. I want 11, no less than 10. I want 12 or 11. And here's to proving the naysayers wrong. Proving that the Carson Wentz trade was the right move. Yeah, we might have overspent. That will never go away. We overspent. But proving that that was the right decision. Here's to this defense being better. Chase Young coming back healthy, staying healthy, and playing well when he does get back. Same for all the other guys that are coming off of the PUP list. Here's to maximizing Montez Sweat and Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne and all of these first-round picks. Jamin Davis steps up this year. Here's to De'Ami Brown in year 2. Same with Sam Cosmi. Same with Juice at the cornerback position, to making a huge leap in year 2. Here's to Jahan Dotson lighting the league on fire and giving Terry an opposite option that can get the job done, that takes some of the pressure off of him. Here's to this offense not being one of the worst in the league. For the first time in a long time, I feel really good about saying that. But above all else, here's to changing the damn narrative. Double digits on these bitches this year. Cheers. And not in the loss column, but in the win column. We going left hand on these bastards. Cheers. All right. Like that man said, shout out to the LTN mods, man. Y'all hold the kid down and make sure all is right with the world here in the Louie T Network universe. Really, truly appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for the support. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. We was just talking about your ass. Who writes, how do you say middle of the road roster and predict 12-5? Easy. I've already explained this, and I know you said this before I probably explained it, but this is a middle of the road roster with the potential to be a borderline top 10. I'm not one of those people that just give guys credit for being on the roster and having potential. You've got to show me what you can do before I start to add that into the equation of how good this roster is. We got talent. We got plenty of talent. Jamin Davis is a talent. I haven't seen it manifest itself consistently enough to say that he adds to this roster being closer to top 10 than top 20. I could go on and on and on about guys staying healthy. What we saw from Benjamin St. Juste last year was eye-opening. I talked so much shit about the draft pick. Oh, I was disappointed with this and that. Didn't want him at that pick. And the guy came in last year, and at the time of his injury, he was the best corner, the most consistent corner we had. If he stays healthy and plays that way, oh my God, that changes a lot in the secondary. Obviously, Carson Wentz, everyone's shitting on him. He's not a top 20 quarterback. If he is, he's barely 20. He could easily be a guy that plays at that level we know he's capable of and change the narrative. I can't say Jahan Dotson is going to come in here and light it up, even though that's what I believe. I got to see it first. I can't say that De'Ami Brown, who is talented, is just going to do this, that, and the third. I got to see it first. Curtis Samuel, I know what he's capable of. As somebody pointed out, are we going to utilize him the way that he was utilized in Carolina? Are we going to maximize Curtis Samuel? Are we going to get the most out of him? And is he going to stay healthy? I don't know, but if he does, it changes things drastically. Same can be said when we get Logan Thomas back. Then everybody properly is slotted at the tight end position instead of playing outside of where they belong. The reason I can say that this is a middle of the road roster right now is because the talent suggests it should be closer to top 10 than top 20. Right now, it's closer to 20 than it is 10. Guys step up, stay healthy, play the way that I know they're capable of. Now it shifts closer to 10, and that changes everything. So that's why I can say that. I can put it this way. Your roster is full of frontline guys. Guys that if they play to their full potential, that are starters, that don't get hurt, it's going to be a tough roster to defeat if the quarterback plays the way that he needs to. If your frontline guys get injured, you've got a bunch of untested, unproven commodities. You're no different than me. All of a sudden, your roster goes from, top, 8 in the league to all of a sudden you're at 18 because you got a bunch of no names and nobodies and guys that have to prove themselves. And that's all. The difference between you and I right now is you've got more blue chip frontline starters. I'm trying to figure out if we have those guys on the roster or not. You went out and signed those guys. You went out and brought those guys in. That's the difference between you and I. You went out and got Darius Slay. You went out and we felt like we were getting a guy like Darius Slay and William Jackson III, and we feel like he can be that. He wasn't that for the entire season, but as the year wore on, back into the schedule, after the bye week, he was playing like a shutdown corner. Not saying he was playing like one. He was playing like the guy that we were paying the money to, that we thought we were going to get right out of the gates. So, yeah, trust me. It can easily get to where I'm like, at the end of this season, this is the 11th best roster in the NFL. Started at 19, somewhere in there, 16 to 19, or 17, 18, 19, somewhere in there. Now we're 11th. Knocking on the door. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in. You keep on knocking, but you can't come. Well, goddamn it, we gonna kick the bitch in then. Either you open it up and we coming in, or we gonna kick the bitch in. You choose. We ain't there yet, though. Thank you for the super chat, Alex. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JP. Right. So, Lou, Washington is going to shock the world and steal the division from Dallas and Philadelphia. I'm high on Wentz and Dotson. We're going to beat some teams we have no business beating, and Curl rises to stardom. Again, I can't co-sign any of it. The closest I will come to picking up the pen is on Cam Curl, and stardom. That's a big word. It's a big, big word, but he's capable. He's fully capable. When you say shock the world, it's shocking to those who don't believe. So, yeah, I guess it applies. It's not shocking to me. I'm picking us to not win the division. I think I had Dallas winning the division at 12-5, which I don't think they're going to win it 2 years in a row. So that sucks. But I wouldn't be shocked. I think we're going to be right in the mix. I think we're good enough to be right in the mix. If again, and there's a lot of ifs. A wise man once told me, if is the biggest 2-letter word in the English language. If these guys play up to par and stay healthy, why not us? Change the narrative. I could see it happening, but I got to see it first. But I'm rooting like hell for it, and I'm putting my neck out on the line because I think it's capable. Again, it's not one thing. It's a confluence of things. It's having Carson Wentz, the best quarterback we've had since 2016. The best quarterback we've had since 2017, the best offense we've had since 2016. It's the schedule. It's the roster being vastly improved. It's the quarterbacks that we're going to play and allowing this defense to get back on its feet. It's so many different things that I feel like have a chance to come together that could produce an 11 or 12 win season. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat. All right. See where we at. Make sure I didn't skip over anything. All right. That was the last one we took a look at. So this is the next super chat. Joseph's Journey. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joseph's Journey writes, Lou, how are you feeling about the safeties this year? I feel good. As I mentioned already, Cam Curl, Bobby McCain. I'm anxious to see what the young fellas do. I think Percy Butler is going to be really good. I think that Percy Butler is a guy that they've identified, and I think they have carved out a niche for him, and I think he's going to fit that role for them beautifully. The guy that I'm not 100% sold on is Derek Forrest, but he's in year 2, so he might be a little bit further along than that of a Percy Butler. So I like the young fellas. I like the skill set that they bring to the table. I like the safeties, to say the least. So I'm not as concerned about that position as I am necessarily the cornerback position. Carl Mitchell, thank you for the super sticker. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Carl Mitchell, shout out. Appreciate you. Carl Mitchell, thank you so much for the super sticker. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, Lou, let's say top 5 gets hurt mid-season and is done. I'm not putting that out in the atmosphere. I'm not doing it. But he said, and we're playing 500. Do we rock with Ultra or do we go with one of the rookies? The rookies don't come into the equation this year. And you say rookies like there's more than one. You keep trying to throw the big, tall son of a bitch in the conversation. He's not making his football team. He's not even, a thought right now. It's Taylor Heineke and then it's Sam Howell. Those are your 3 quarterbacks along with Carson Wentz. If anything happens to Wentz, Heineke goes in the game. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Especially if we're hovering around 500 at that point. He gives you the best chance to win. If Wentz was thinking it up and then something happens to him or they just decide enough's enough and that's when you could skip Heineke because you know what he is. You can go to Sam at that point. But there's no way in my rational mind that I can justify this upcoming season Sam Howell being in the game other than because of utter catastrophe. Outside of that, there's no way he should be, because we shouldn't stink this year. This is the first year since 2016 that there's no chance that we should be talking about get me to October playing meaningful football. We're playing meaningful football in October. Are you crazy? It's happening this year. November into December, we should be playing meaningful football. So there's no plausible reason as to why Sam Howell should ever take off the headset. Should always have on a ball cap and a headset. I'm going to just read this from my guy, Carl Mitchell, who sent me the super sticker. Thank you once again for the super sticker. Carl writes, thank you, Lou. Love all the work you put in for all of us. I think we have a team that if everyone stays healthy, I can see the team winning 13 games. I can't go any higher than 12. 13 would be phenomenal. I would be delirious. I would lose my mind. You would think we won the Super Bowl. We win 13 games. But I can't see that happening. That's a lot of games, man. Again, 12 is a lot of games, which is why I'm sort of leaning more towards 11, but I'm going to stick with 12. That's what I predicted, but 11 is probably the sweet spot for me. But 13, that's a lot. That's reserved for the elite in the NFL, 13 or more. And I don't classify us as that, not even close to it. So you say that you're at 12. You're just one game away. Yeah, but one game, as we know in this league, it could be an eternity. One game was enough to keep the Indianapolis Colts and the Los Angeles Chargers out of the playoffs. 2 teams that could have done serious damage had they gotten in, especially the Chargers with Justin Herbert at quarterback. Feels like an eternity, that one game. So anyway, I digress. Thank you once again, Carl, for that super sticker. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, the fight song is trash. They need to let it go. Just take over the stadium and make our own noise. It's a part of, so what Jason Wright and company are trying to do, one, they're trying to be all-inclusive. They want the fans to be a part of all these processes, which is why they gave us 2 different options to vote on. But also they're trying to link the past to the future. So they don't want to just bury the past and say, hey, forget about that. Let's move forward. They're trying to bring some of the elements of the past so that there's still this attachment to yesteryear and bring it into the future with us. It's just hard to do that. There's some people, you just got to pull the Band-Aid off, okay? We're no longer the Redskins. The fight song isn't what it once was. Just pull the Band-Aid off and move on, right? That's kind of how I feel. But I can't tell them how to run their business. So. I agree. The fight song is trash, though. Big Money Sonny. Captain JR. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Captain JR. Right. The fight song matters to me as a season ticket holder. I want to sing a song loud and proud at the stadium. Let the players play and win, and the fans worry about stuff like the fight song. And that's fine. To each its own. You're a season ticket holder. You've probably been one for a significant amount of time. That's something that you hold near and dear to your heart. By all means, knock yourself out. That is not my thing. It's not my cup of tea, but that's what makes us different. We're still family. I don't look at you any different because you want to sing the fight song. By all means, you're not alone. There are probably more people like you than there are like me who could give two shits about the fight song. There are probably more people that care about the fight song, want to sing at the stadium. After we score a touchdown, they want to sing loud and proud. I'm all for it. You know, I may sit here and tell you that I don't care. But yeah, I mean, if that makes a difference at the stadium, if that is something that gives us an advantage over the opponent, that we're singing fight songs and the band is playing loud and we're getting raucous, then I'm all for it. At the end of the day, I just want to win football games. The fight song is very, very low on the list of things that I care about. But again, that's something that you care about. And if you care about it, then it matters. Okay? It matters. And so, and again, you're not alone. There are others out there just like you who care about the fight song, who want them to put, I think they need to put more effort into the fight song. I don't think they did that. Just like they don't put effort into anything that they do. You know, everything they do it half-assed, which is why mistakes always happen. And they're very avoidable mistakes. It's frustrating. But at the end of the day, to each its own. You know, still love you as a member of this family, but we will agree to disagree on this one. But again, I'm not here to tell you what you should or shouldn't want. If the fight song matters to you and you want them to have a good fight song, by all means, knock yourself out. Thank you for that super chat, Captain JR. Let's see. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. Ron B, OG, triple OG, writes, cheers to a great inaugural Commander season. Cheers. Salud. I was lucky to see this team in its glory years. Let's hope that this starts a decade plus of winning football fans of this generation can be proud of. Hashtag throw the stone. At some point, you got to start somewhere, but this generation hasn't seen spark, jack, squat. You know, they need to see what winning looks like. The fans that have been here for a decade, for 15 years, that don't know winning, don't know what it looks like, consistent winning, they need to see. There's a sector of this fan base that doesn't know what 11 wins looks like, 12 wins, 13 wins looks like. There's a portion of this fan base that doesn't know what 10 wins looks like because we haven't done that since 2012. Think about that. There's some awful teams in this league, and even their fan base can say in the last 10 years, we've won at least 11 games once. It's time to change the narrative. That's what it's time to do. Thank you, Mr. Ron B. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, Curtis doesn't play. We know unless he gives it a try. We won't know unless he gives it a try. I'm all in on Curtis Samuel. I think he's going to be fine this year. I told you, he's not an injury-prone guy. That wasn't his MO coming to Washington. So I'm not gonna put that on him. A lot of people have already, and that's fine. And again, skepticism should run rampant amongst this fan base, because in the past when we've signed a guy and he's gotten injured, that's been his thing here. But in those situations, a lot of times we were signing injury-prone guys and hoping that they stay healthy with us. Like we're going to be, some kind of, difference maker in that department. That's not who he was coming here from Carolina. He was a guy that played 14 to 16 games every single year as a member of the Panthers. So I expect him to get back to that this season and play well for us at that. Chase Young Burner, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, which linebacker do you think Washington signs? I know a lot of you are expecting me to say Anthony Barr. I'm not. I think that Ron signs a guy that he's comfortable with, someone that he's been with in the past, that he drafted, that similar to what he's done already in bringing over a lot of these linebackers that he's brought over, whether it's the special teams guy or it's, Mayo, a glob of Mayo from last year. I think it's AJ Klein that they signed. If Ron has to sign a linebacker, I think it's AJ Klein. I don't. And now, if it's Jamin Davis that they're worried about, then Anthony Barr makes a ton of sense because they play the same position and would play the same position in this defense. If it's the depth that he's worried about, then it could be a guy like AJ Klein. I think it's ultimately an outside linebacker, which AJ Klein is more of an inside linebacker. Same with David Mayo. But we'll see. I can tell you this. Or it could be Landon Collins. Don't forget about him. I don't want to leave him out because he also fits kind of what they're looking for. But he would be more that Buffalo nickel, right? And they feel like they drafted a Buffalo nickel, which is why I don't think they're going to re-up with Landon Collins. So anyway, I digress. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy Alex writes, I agree with Derek. Wentz's 2017 season was overrated. I don't think that's what Derek's saying. He's not saying it's overrated. What he's saying is it's a really good season. And he would have been an MVP candidate. But I think what we've done is we've taken that 2017, not just Washington fans. I think most people romanticize about that 17 season, and they've taken it and it's grown to mythical proportions to where he was going to win the MVP. No, he was a candidate. Just being in that discussion in your second season as a quarterback in this league is phenomenal. That doesn't happen in your second year a lot of times. So that in itself meant he was balling that year, and he did ball. But the team around him was outstanding, and that's the point that Derek B is trying to make, is that not necessarily taking away from Carson Wentz's performance that year, but hey, the team around him was really damn good. And that's important to note because I think some people think Carson Wentz is a guy that can put a team on his shoulders like he did in 19 and strap them to his back. Also remember, the NFC East was horrid in 2019, which is part of the reason why the Eagles were able to still win the division, host a playoff game, all of that good. Like the division was terrible that year. So Washington was one of the worst teams in football. They were 3-13. So it was a horrible division in 19. And the Eagles were the best of the worst, similar to the way Washington was in 2020. And so I don't think, and what Derek B is trying to say is Wentz isn't a one-off. This is a guy that consistently was good for the Eagles, but he's also trying to say, hey, just make sure that the team around him is good, which is what we think we're putting on the field this year. We're not putting a team on the field that he's going to have to carry. Everyone's going to carry their own weight, and he will be able to just do what we're going to ask him to do. I think that's more along the lines of what Derek B is saying. But I guess you could say he was saying that 17 was a slightly overrated, but I don't think he was saying like, hey, 17 is not what you think it is. No, it was what we thought it was. It's just he was saying that team was legit. That Eagles team, that's why the Eagles haven't been back there, because they never have had a team that has been that good. I think it was more of an indictment on the Eagles and why they haven't been back to a Super Bowl since, and less of an indictment on Carson Wentz. Let's see. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, it's 2022. It will be 35, 5, and 4K for top 5. Alex just trolling. You've been consistent, if nothing else. 4,000 yards is a lot of yards for a guy that doesn't normally throw for 4,000 yards. 5 interceptions is relatively low for a guy that usually throws somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 to 10. 35 touchdowns is a lot for a guy that's usually right around the 27 to 30 mark in touchdown passes. So you're asking him to set a career high in touchdown passes, a career low in interceptions, and be hovering around a career high in passing yards. You're asking a lot of a guy in a new system in his first year with new teammates. You're asking a lot of him. That's a lot. I just want you to keep that in mind. However, I'm not going to shit on your dream, and I'm not going to tell you that it's not going to happen. I just can't co-sign, which is what I've been saying all along. Hey, Alex, watch your mouth now. All right, don't Alex, don't be talking to Mr. Ron B like that. Watch your mouth. OG, triple OG. Hey, respect your elders. Okay. You can talk trash to all of the other people that are right around your same age range or lower. Don't be disrespecting Mr. Ron B now. Anyway, I digress. Let's see. Jay Willard, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy. Jay, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, just wanted to show some love on my way out. Have to go to softball camp with my daughter early in the AM. We'll watch the rest on replay. I digress. I love it. Coach the youth of America up. Get your daughter where she needs to be. So she's smoking that softball out there, getting it done. Hey, I appreciate the support and the love, man. And this will definitely be here on playback for you when you are ready to watch. Get that rest. That is necessary. Thank you for that, Jay Willard. Fat the Truth American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Fat the Truth American writes. Anyone else excited about Jahan and Terry? The Jahan pick grew on me, man. At first, I was like, meh, but word is that he might be the best receiver on the team. I wouldn't go that far, okay, and say that he's the best receiver on the team, but he's damn good. He's a professional. I think he steps in day one, and you know exactly why you drafted him. They feel like they drafted Terry. I won't call him 2.0 because that would insinuate that he's better. But they feel like they drafted Terry all over again. Okay, so they feel like he's a professional on the field, a professional off the field, a great representation of the organization. Comes from a good background, well-spoken. I think he's very measured with his thoughts and how he articulates himself. And again, let me remind you, he's a baller on the field. So I think there are a lot of parallels between John Dotson and Terry McLaurin, and I think they feel really good about that. But I think we're all excited about that. Part of the reason that we're excited about the offense, again, nothing trumps the quarterback position in Carson Wentz. But another reason why we're excited is if Carson Wentz was playing with the supporting cast that we had the last 2 seasons for the quarterbacks that were here, we wouldn't be as excited about the upcoming season. If he was throwing the football to Dontrell Inman and Isaiah Wright and, you know, guys like that and Steven Sims Jr., we're not jumping off the walls talking about 12-5, 11-4. Somebody earlier said 13 wins. We're not talking crazy like that. If that's who he's throwing the football to. If even last year with Curtis not being healthy, you know, you're throwing a football to a rookie in De'Ami Brown who wasn't ready to step into that spotlight. It was that the light was hot and bright. and the stage was big, and he wasn't ready for it. And he had an injury to boot. You're throwing the ball to Terry, obviously, would have been the one guy that he would have been able to rely on and trust, and that might have turned into a detriment because he might have started forcing it to him. You're throwing the ball to Cam Sims. He was in and out of the lineup with injuries as well. And another guy he probably would have really relied on heavily would have been Adam Humphries, but you don't want to put and then the tight end position was a mess with all the injuries, with Logan Thomas going down and Ricky Seals-Jones going down. You wouldn't have wanted to put him and then JD going down. So now you don't even have the running back threat out of the backfield to catch the football. This year we got weapons galore at every position. Sans for tight end. I'm still skeptical on tight end, but we'll see. But the receiver is loaded. The receiver position is loaded. So is running back. I feel good about both of those positions. I think he's in good hands. The offensive line is going to protect him. It's a good spot. It's a good spot. We're excited about that combination of Terry and Jahan for sure. All right, let's see. CJ Shoots Photo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy CJ Shoots Photo writes, is it Jim on your melon or Jim on your melon? Salute, going to be a fun season. So it's neither one of those. Gem as in a precious jewel or metal. G-E-M. Not the name gym, not the actual gym that you work out in, but the actual stone, precious metal gem. G-E-M. Let me drop this gem on your melon. Thank you for the super chat. And I think it's going to be a really fun season. I concur with that statement, CJ. Oni Sin, thank you for becoming the newest member of the MOBB. Stand up. You are officially in the building as the newest member of the MOBB. Oni Sin. Y'all know what to do. Show Ani Sin some love. Welcome Ani Sin aboard. And I look forward to chopping it up with you, not only tonight, but into the future. And hopefully this is the beginning of a very prosperous relationship. Welcome to the squad. Let's see. All right. Fat American, aka Fat the Truth American. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you who writes. I started noticing that now the NFL has such a high turnover rate amongst rosters. I don't see IDR. I don't know what that means. It being okay, I don't remember. That's what that is. I don't remember it being like this 20 years ago. Why the lack of consistency? Well, it's really been that way since 1992 or 93, excuse me, which was the first year of true free agency in the NFL. Ever since the advent of free agency in 93, it's hard. Like, remember from that stretch of 81 to 92, it was really the same team in Washington. So you could build continuity. You were playing with the same guys. You knew what the guy next to you was going to do. It really wasn't a lot of turnover and change. Once free agency hit, it opened up Pandora's box and it allowed guys to get the bag. And it really hasn't been the same since. And so you don't remember as much turnover and change. I can tell you this. There weren't as many trades, especially of high profile players, 10, 5, hell, even 5 years ago, but 5, 10, 15 years ago. But the free agency has always been a thing, right? Since 93. But I think the thing that has changed the most recently are these trades. We didn't see, guys like Russell Wilson get traded in his career. Russell Wilson would have gotten released or not signed late in his career and would have had to go elsewhere, like Joe Montana, for instance, late in his career, or Brett Favre or something like that. But Rarely did you see a guy of Russell Wilson's stature being traded with good football still left on the bone. There's meat left on that bone, and he's going to go play the remainder of his career in Denver. Same thing with Matthew Stafford. Guys didn't get traded like that. Generally speaking, those guys stuck around with that one franchise, and then at the end, when that franchise was done with them, but he wasn't done playing football, he would have to go elsewhere to finish his career. So, to see the Tyreek Hills and the Devontae Adams and the A.J. Browns and the Khalil Macks and the Carson Wentzes and the Russell Wilsons of the world all being traded this offseason, and the Baker Mayfields, that's the thing that's new, that's being introduced now to me. Rosters have always had high turnover, more turnover when you've got a new regime coming in, because now they want to put their thumbprint on the roster. So, for instance, a team like the Giants, they're going to release a lot of guys. Why? Because the new regime has come in. They're going to clean house. Ooh. They're going to come in, and I'm over here making a mess. Give me 1 second. I got to go get a napkin. Spilt a little bit of wine. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let me wipe this up real quick. Making a dang old mess. All right. So I don't think it's changed all that much other than that fact right there. I think the amount of trades that we've seen over the last 3 years or so has been crazy. That's been the game changer for me. But outside of that, I think it's been pretty consistent. You know, guys are looking to chase the bag, and if they're not going to get it with their current team, and somebody else is willing to pay them, they're going to go and go after the bag. So, I don't think that's. I think that's just a perception thing. I'd love to see some numbers on that. You know, it's the turnover rate that much higher. But again, as I mentioned, you get a guy, a new GM, a new head coach, like in New York with the Giants. We got 10 new head coaches this offseason. 10. That's an astronomical number. Okay. So when you get new head coaches, and I think we had like 6 new GMs of the 10 teams that had new head coaches, like 6 of them had new GMs. The Raiders, let's see if I can come up with the number. The Raiders had a new GM. The Giants have a new GM. The Bears have a new GM. The Vikings have a new GM. That's 4. The Broncos had one last year, not this year. The Jets had one. No, the Jets didn't have one. That's 4. Texas had one last year. Might be just 4. I think I'm missing at least one. Vikings, Raiders, Giants, Bears. Feel like there's like 1 or 2 more that I'm not thinking of. But anyway, when you get that many new GMs and you get that many new head coaches, you're going to see some turnover on some rosters. So anyway, I digress. Let's keep it pushing. Going Commando. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Going Commando writes, "Sup, Lou? Sup, Going Commando? Joining you with a bit of okay. Cabaret? Look, that's too dry for me. You a dry wine guy? That's a little too dry for me, man. I love to hear it, though. He says that glass is teetering on looking like he's got you on some rose, bro. Cheers, man. Trust me, I'm not drinking no rose. I'm not drinking no Wild Irish Rose or nothing like that over here. But I always want to know the people that drink dry wine. What do you get out of that? Like, how do your taste buds enjoy dry wine? I was having that conversation with my cousin a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about wine and dry wine and how we just can't do it. I marvel at people that can drink that and feel like that's the move. I appreciate you sharing what you were drinking, and touche, my man, touche. All right. Let's see. Let's see if we got another super chat. Yeah. Let's keep going. Got a super chat here from Andre Bug. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Andre. I think this might be your first super chat, but this is your second comment. I think you either became a member or something, super sticker, something earlier. Anyway, Andre writes, for Alex, I am scared now. Don't be. Alex is a veteran. He's been around the block multiple times. He knows how to handle himself. I just need him to back off of my guy, Mr. Ron B. I do know that. Got to respect the elders in the building. So other than that, Alex is good people's, and Alex knows how to hold his own. Right? He's been supporting for the longest. He's been in hostile territory. He knows how this goes. So I don't worry about him. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, 7, the magic number. Why not change the narrative to us? So I can tell you this. This upcoming season, the prevailing thought, Vegas has us at 7.5. That's the number right now. It started out at 7. They raised it to 7.5. And a lot of people probably have us either right in that same, because look at the last 2 seasons. 7 and 7. Those are the win totals. And somebody broke that down. I want to say it was last week on the show. Somebody said, how can you say we're going to win 12 games? Your last 5 years win totals, and they ran it off. It was like 7, 7, 3. 18 was probably 7, and 17 was probably 7. It's probably 7, 7, 3, 7, 7. And if you go back before that, it was 8 and 7, 8 and 1 and 16. And then you go back before that, it was 9 and 7 in 2015 when we won the division. So it's easy to be skeptical. I told you skepticism should be running rampant amongst this fan base, and especially the people outside of it. But that's why I feel like we need to change the narrative. Point blank, end of discussion. Change the narrative. Why not us? Barrett Downey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy BD, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, what's up, Lou? What's up, BD? He says, hoping Wentz can just stay healthy and give us some constant play, which would be something new to us. And that's all we're looking for. I'm not asking for Carson Wentz to be a top 5 quarterback in the league. I'm asking Carson Wentz to just be consistent. And he hasn't always been that in his career. So some would argue I'm asking a lot of Carson Wentz. I'm just asking for him to be consistent, you know? As most quarterbacks in the league, you're going to have an off game here or there. Those happen. You're not going to be perfect every single game. But I'm asking for you to minimize those performances. And when we ask you to elevate your level of play, you do. When throws are there, you make them. And you just make the little plays. If it's not there and you got to throw it out of bounds, throw it out of bounds. Live to fight another day. Save a down or yardage. Put us in a position to convert a third down instead of taking a sack. I don't need him to play outside of himself. I just need him to be, the best version of himself. That's it. Because I don't think he's a guy that carries a team by himself. So, and you're right. That would be brand new to us. Just consistent play, which is why I always scoffed at the people that wanted to get rid of Kirk Cousins. I'm not going to do this tonight, but that was the one thing Kirk did. And yes, he wasn't big in clutch games. I get it. All right. He came up short and more clutch opportunities than he did, come up big for us. He did come up big for us in some spots, but there were more, fails than there were successes. I understand that, but he was consistent. Until you found a replacement, you shouldn't have gone in a different direction. It was my whole thing. I'm not saying don't replace Kirk Cousins until you find a guy. That's why I'm so high on Wentz, is that he's the best talent we had since Robert Griffin III. And he is the guy that the ceiling is a lot higher on him than any quarterback we've had since Robert Griffin III. All right. Tracy Cooper, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Tracy Cooper, writes, I'm lit too, bruh. Good year on the way. I like 2 each. PSTN. I think this is a season in which, first of all, he says, I'm lit too, as if he is acknowledging that not only is he lit, but I'm lit. I'm not lit, bro. I got to keep telling y'all this. I'm good. Trust me. I'm good. You'll know. Y'all watched videos where I've been lit. If you haven't, go back in the archives. The draft, I was lit. Okay? Lit. On draft night this past year. Okay? You know when I'm lit. I'm not lit. I feel good. I'm straight. Okay? But I think this is going to be a good year. I agree with you. I think this is a postseason run. I don't know if we do damage when we get there or not, but I like us getting to play bonus football. That's important. It's a big, big thing. All right. Let's see. Jason Fios, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Jason Fios, writes, what's up, Lou? What's good, Jason? He says, over under 4,000 yards passing yards, over under 30 touchdowns. Can this defense be top 20? Keep up the great work, Mr. Marathon Man. Thank you for that, Jason Files. Over under on Carson Wentz, 4,000 yards passing. I will take the under on that. I would love for him to go over 4,000. And with the weapons we have, it is very capable. He's very capable of doing it. But I'm going to take the under. I'm going to say he's close, like 3,800, 78 yards. So 3,878, something like that. 30 touchdowns, over under. 30 is a lot. I don't think people realize how many 30 touchdowns is. Like, dudes have great years and be like 29 over 4. It's hard to throw for 30, 3, 34, 35 touchdown passes in a season. That said, I'm going to say the over on 30, slightly, 31 touchdowns passing. I'm going to say he slightly exceeds 30 this year, touchdown passes. Can this defense be top 20? Yes, it can, because of the schedule. I don't believe in this defense enough to say, oh yeah, they're top 20 defense for sure. But it can be because of the schedule that we play, because of the quarterbacks that we play, because of the opportunities we will have to play against young second-year quarterbacks. Trevor Lawrence is a second-year quarterback. Justin Fields is a second-year quarterback. Davis Mills is a second-year quarterback. These are all the guys that we're going to get an opportunity to sink our teeth into, not to mention the Marcus Mariotas of the world and guys like that. There will be opportunities that we need to take advantage of. Jalen Hurts is a guy that I feel like you have to take advantage of. Daniel Jones, even though he's kicked our ass, I'd like to see us finally be able to slow him down a bit. Trey Lance is a second-year quarterback that we will see at some point on the schedule. There are opportunities galore for this defense to figure some things out, play good football. We'll see if they can take advantage of those opportunities or not. But those opportunities, Jared Goff is on the schedule. Those opportunities definitely exist. So I can see this defense being top 20. Thank you again, Jason Fios. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Alex writes, last time Washington won 12 games was 1986 and 1991. I'm aware. You're not telling me anything that I don't already know about my team. 1991, we went 14-2, one of the greatest teams in NFL history to win the Super Bowl. 86 was another good year. Won the Super Bowl. Well, technically speaking, it was the 87 season that we won the Super Bowl. Giants technically won the Super Bowl in 86 going into 87 with Bill Parcells winning his first Super Bowl against the Denver Broncos. And we won it the next year against Denver in 87. That said, yeah, I'm aware. You don't have to remind me of that. I'm clearly aware of our history. But guess what? Change the narrative. Okay. At some point, we are going to get off the schneid. If we can't do it this year, I've said this already. If we can't do it this year, then when the hell are we going to do it? That's my stance, and I'm sticking to it. It may be faulty. It may be easily dismissed. That's fine. But the schedule, the roster, the quarterback, all these things kind of being, mixed in a melting pot. And I'm saying, why not us? Change the narrative. Going Commando, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Going Commando. Who writes, Lou, now I'm hearing a screw cap on that bottle. Tragic. I'll be out week 1 watching the game with all my Jag fan buddies. I'm going to need a dub. Oh, my God. You just started something. Yes, you heard a screw cap. So the company, the brand of wine that I drink, they replaced all of their corks with screw caps. That's the new thing because they feel like it keeps, first of all, it's cheaper. That's the biggest reason. But the second reason is they feel like it keeps it fresh because you can screw the cap on tight and you can put it back in the fridge. Whereas a cork, not always is put in properly. And so you could allow air to get into the wine, this, that, and the third. I can't stand screw tops. I was talking to my wife about 2 months ago about this change because these screw tops started hitting the shelves. And I would always opt for the corked bottles, but those aren't on the shelves anymore. They've all been replaced by screw tops. I won't lie. It's a lot more convenient when you're looking to open it. You don't need a bottle opener, right? You don't need a corkscrew, but I prefer my corkscrew. Okay. That's how I like to enjoy wine. So I'm guilty as charged. The wine doesn't taste any different. It's still good. I'm a purist when it comes to that. I would prefer my wine bottles to be corked. So we probably share the same, mentality there and outlook on how wine is supposed to be. Good call. You heard it. Good call there. Good catch. He says, Jag buddies in week 1 looking for a win. I need you to get that dub for us. I need you to come home with the dub. That's not going to be an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. Now, I've already talked about the Jags are looking at us like food. If they're going to win 8-9 games this year, if they're going to make that huge leap from last year's dysfunction with Urban Meyer to a respectable record and show that Trevor Lawrence belongs and that this team is ascending and going in the right direction, they're going to beat, they think they're going to beat teams like Washington. They're going to beat the Giants. They're going to beat Washington. They're like, why can't we beat Philadelphia? Why can't we beat Vegas? They're looking at us like food. I'm not going to lump anybody else. I'm not going to lump Philadelphia, nobody else in with us. They're looking at us like food, especially week 1. We got to beat their ass. I'm nervous about that game because this is a new Jacksonville team and they've got weapons and you don't know what to expect in week 1. The only thing we can say is, hey, we've played against Doug Peterson before, but not with this team, not with this talent. Can't even watch the film from last year and say, hey, this is what they like to do. It's a whole new staff. Thank you for the super chat. Going Commando. All right. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny. Right. Alex is like the Riddler from the Batman. Binoculars all up in the Discord. For all those interested, we rocking an after party there after this wonderful stream. We love rocking with you, Lou. I mean, honestly, that is amazing if you're going live after on the Discord after these streams. These streams, like someone just said, these are I think it was Jason Files. These are marathons a lot of times, which I enjoy. I enjoy long format. You know, when I first started on YouTube, one of the things was my format was too long and people had too short of an attention span for this type of content. So I needed to shorten it. And I was like, okay, I'm going to try and shorten it. But that's just not how I'm wired. I can do shorter content, but it can't be live, obviously, because I like to engage you guys. And, you know, if you ask me a question and I feel like it's a intriguing question and one that deserves a real response, a meaty answer, I'm going to give you that. You know, I can spend 10 minutes on a super chat. So, and you know, sometimes I go on tangents and things of that nature. At the end of the day, these are longer streams. It's not for everyone. I acknowledge that. And so I find it hard to believe that after one of these, you still are going to have enough energy and time, I may add, to go. Now, again, if you live on the West Coast, it's nothing. This stream ends at 2. It's 11 o'clock. You know, West Coast time, that's nothing. You're good. But if you're on the East Coast and the stream ends at 2, are you really going to sign up for another hour or 2 of, you know, doing something on Discord? I don't know. To each its own. I'm not knocking the hustle, but I do appreciate you guys for running that Discord. I do appreciate that. And I can't wait till I can get in there and actually be active, chopping it up with you guys as well. Thank you once again, Big Money Sonny. Let's see. All right. Johnny Boy 26. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Johnny Boy 26 writes, it all starts with the run game. Force teams into 8-9 man boxes. Take advantage by going deep. Opens up everything underneath. Everyone will eat. The run game is nice, but you're not going to, unless you have an absolutely dominant run game, you're not pulling that safety into the box. You're definitely not pulling in 2. You're talking about 9-man boxes. That's reserved for Jonathan Taylor and Derrick Henry type levels where, all right, man, this dude's getting 180 every week. We got to shut this shit down. This is 90% of their offense, this run game is. We got to shut this shit down. That's when you get 8-9-man boxes. That's not who we are. That's not what we're about. You know, there's some teams in the league where, okay, you got to get that safety to creep down and you get an 8-man box, but you keep a single high safety. You know, the Clevelands of the world, the San Franciscos of the world, you know, the Baltimores, these teams that actually run the football, and Tennessee, that's their identity. That's not who we are. That's not Scott Turner. I can't see us. And Ron, I think Ron would prefer to be one of those types of teams. That's the era he grew up in and played in. And I think that's why he was so charged and jacked up for that 4-game win streak, and keeps talking about how the run game was such a pivotal part of that win streak. But let's keep it a buck. You drafted Jahan Dotson and De'Ami Brown the last 2 years at receiver to go along with Terry, and you signed Curtis Samuel because the passing game is what needs to improve here in Washington, not the run game. The run game, you want it to be a stickler, you want it to be consistent, but you need to throw the football more efficiently here in Washington and be more dynamic and explosive with the passing game. And so I can't see the run game being the catalyst that drives all of this. It'd be cool if it was. I wouldn't have a problem with it, but I just don't see that us being that team. So we'll see. Johnny Boy 26. All right. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, been rocking at Bad Dog's channel mainly because he's a Yankees fan. His subs really have a ton of respect for you, Lou. To hell with Law and LB. Just playing us all love until the season starts. Got love for all them dudes, man. And his subs have love for me because I don't have any disdain for them. And I've said this already. Of the NFC East opposing fan bases, the Giants are down all the way at the bottom of the totem pole. I have absolutely zero hate for the Giants fan base. I have never once, and they're out there, trust me, but I have never once encountered a Giants fan and I'm like, F him. I hope we kick their ass so I can stick it to this dude. I've encountered countless Philadelphia and Dallas Cowboys fans in that same realm, that you're just like, okay, this dude talking reckless. I hope we kick their ass. And some people probably see me as that guy. I'm talking cold hard cash and they want to shut me up. That's fine. But I haven't met a Giants fan. And the reason I haven't met a Giants fan like that is because the Giants suck. Just like we suck. So they suck worse than us though, because at least we've been over 500. I don't like comparing sucks. Okay. I don't like comparing, oh, well, we don't suck as much as them. Well, you still suck. So it doesn't really matter. Now, does it? I hate when people are like, well, it could be worse. We could be the Browns when the Browns were one of the worst. And I'm like, does that shit actually make you happy? That shit doesn't make me happy. So at the end of the day, Giants fans, I don't have any disdain for them. So it's all love. Obviously I want to beat their team, right? And that'll never change. But if we're ranking the disdain for the different teams and their fan bases in the division, the Giants are a distant third. I just can't stand their owner. He's a douche. But I don't take that out on the fans. They're good people. So anyway, I digress. Spence Calise, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Spence writes, Louie, in a perfect world, what percent would you should our run pass be? 55, 45? Yeah, yeah, somewhere in there. No worse than 60, 40. But yeah, 55, 45, I think is the sweet spot for any NFL team, honestly. Everybody will tell you 50, 50. That's not realistic. You can try to get to 50, 50, but there are going to be games you're going to have to air it out. Just like there are going to be games you're going to have to run it. You're ahead. You want to take the air out of the football. You want to run the clock. And so you run the football. But there are going to be more games where you got to air it out, where your quarterback's not going to be able to just turn around and hand it off. There are going to be more of those games where he's going to have to throw it 34 times instead of throwing it 22 times and you being able to run it. And I think so that the pass usually outweighs the run, but I don't want it to skew too far away from 10%. So I think it should be 55, 45. Really more like 53, 47. That's probably more of a sweet spot. 53, 47, something like that. But 55, 45 is easier, right? From a math perspective. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sonny writes, On a side note, I finally found out that Fat American really isn't Fat American, and it only took 2 years and a Discord. Salutes to that brother. Let me read that again. On a side note, I finally found out that Fat American really isn't a Fat American. Oh, so he's not. I thought he was a big dude, and he talks like he's a big dude. Maybe he is a big guy, but he's not as big as he's led us to believe. If you tell me that Fat American's 170 pounds, I'm gonna lose my shit. No, but if you tell me, no, he's like 280. No, he's a big dude. He's just not as big as we thought. He was like 500 pounds or whatever. But again, this is why online is misleading, which is why I try not to, become too engulfed in it, because people show you what they want you to see and you don't know what's true and what's not. So, but I mean, you just helped me, because I thought Fat American was like 480. So you're telling me he's not a obese guy. I'm shocked. So yeah, that definitely is something else. Kivo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Kivo writes, football trivia. Shout out to you, Louie. Who caught Wentz's first touchdown in 2021, and who forced y'all first fumble in 2021? So, the first fumble forced in 2021 was by Montez Sweat on quarterback Justin Herbert in week 1. It really wasn't a fumble, but they called it a fumble, I think. Now, if you're talking about recovery, that went out of the back of the end zone, and we were able to gain possession. I'm not sure if we forced Austin Eckler to fumble in that game, but we didn't recover that. But I'm going to go with Montez Sweat forcing Justin Herbert to fumble in week 1. As far as Wentz's first touchdown pass for the Indianapolis Colts, that's a tough one, because I can't even remember. They played Seattle week 1 last year, and I don't remember who he was throwing the football to. I'm going to narrow it down to 2 players. I'm going to say either Nyheim Hines or Mo Alley-Cox. Those are my 2 answers. I'll go with Mo Alley-Cox as my final answer, but I'm trying to think. I can't remember. So that's the answer I'm going to give you. All right. Let's make sure that. Thank you for those. I love trivia. Thank you for that. Kivo, greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sonny, my guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the support as always. Big Money Sonny, you know what it is, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for the generous donation and all the super chats you've had tonight, for that matter. He said, this super chat is for what Underdog Records. He keeps it real. Yeah, I'm an Eagles fan. That's why I'm pissed that Washington has my QB who can make every throw on the field, while I'm stuck with this clown I've watched struggle making them all. Close quote. And I've talked to Underdog. I think, as a matter of fact, Underdog Records was a guy that I referenced on Come Correct as someone that I've had countless Eagles fans. He's not alone. That have approached me, that have DM me or have left a comment under one of the videos saying, hey, if Wentz is right, if he's on, if he's healthy, y'all got a real one. He's not the only guy, but I appreciate that candid answer from Eagles fans that can get past the biased nature of the relationship that they had with Wentz, which was a frustrating one and at times toxic. I get it. But let's keep it a buck. The guy isn't trash, and that's what a lot of Eagles fans are portraying. Oh, this guy's trash. You're going to find this out. And I'm like, come on now. You don't even believe that. You're just saying that because you're mad and you don't want him to be good for us. And I get that too. But you got to be honest, and that's all I'm looking for is honesty. If you were to say, hey, if Wentz is right, the dude is a beast. I don't know if he's right in between the ears. I don't trust him, but if he's right, y'all got a good one. But I hope he stinks because I don't want him to be good for y'all. I can respect that more than, hey, Wentz is trash. The last good season he had was 2017. Y'all gonna find out that he's garbage and he's buns. Okay, like I can't get with that because you're not being truthful. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate the Eagles fans that keep it a buck, like Underdog Records. So thank you, Big Money Sonny, for that super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, meanwhile, Alex is upset at that last super chat. Look, I think Alex is more upset at the fact that he's being portrayed as a guy that doesn't get it. Like he's not watching Eagles football. And he's like, look, I've been watching these Eagles my entire life. I know what it is. And so, you get defensive then. I was talking to a buddy of mine and I said, you got to watch how you say things to people, because once someone feels like they're being attacked, they stop listening to what you're saying and they start defending themselves. So sometimes it's all in the delivery. It's all in how you package something up and deliver it. Because if you tell somebody, if you come at someone aggressively, they stop listening to the point you're trying to make and they start feeling attacked. So they start to defend themselves. So now they're on the defensive. They're no longer listening to you and no one's getting their point across. Like that's kind of how the Come Correct stream went. Like, at a certain point, you get defensive and you start yelling. You're not listening to what he's saying, and he gets defensive, and now he's yelling, and now you're both yelling, and no one's actually getting any point across. And so, I'll be better in future episodes, but sometimes it be like that. Sometimes I can't help it. Anyway, Alex is again. He's gonna be fine. Trust me. Even when I don't agree with Alex, I know he's still going to hold it down, or at least hold himself down. Low key, not Loki. Thank you for the stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. Welcome to the squad. Low key, not low key. Mob, you know what to do. Open your arms wide. Welcome him and allow him to feel the embrace of this family that is one of the best in the National Football League. Not one of the best in the National Football League. Welcome aboard. Low-key, not low-key. You will not be sorry. Joe Rockhead J. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Joe Rockhead J. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, right? Sup, Lou? Sipping slow, but swishing it around a little bit. You should, taste it a little bit, see if this is, what you want. Don't rush to guzzle. I've been trying to get a lot of the fan base to not guzzle. It's hard though, because I've been super optimistic this off season, and I've explained to you all the reasons why, but I've at the same time, in the same breath, I've also been like, hey, just make sure you understand why you're going, if you're going ham 12-5, 13-4, people talking crazy. That's crazy. But if you're going ham 12-5 like me, 11-6, whatever the case may be, just know why. Have your reasons, accessible and readily available, because you're going to be challenged on that. Why? Why the hell you haven't done this since 1991? Why do you think you're going to do it this year? Have your reasons readily available. Okay, it's almost like your ID. You're going through the airport security. Have your ID readily available. Okay, you're going to have to show it. Somebody wants to know why the hell you think Washington's winning 11 or 12 games this year. Have them shits ready. You're going to be challenged on that. All right. All right. So thank you for that super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Joe Rockhead. Jay, got another new member here. Jonathan Dunn. Stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. Jonathan Dunn, welcome aboard. Looking forward to chopping it up with you in the near future. Mob, you know what to do. We've been adding a lot of members tonight. This is one of those streams where I wasn't expecting to add 8 new members, but Jonathan Dunn is one of 8 people that are back on board. And I guess it makes a lot of sense. We're getting closer to the season. We're going to start giving away tickets, things of that nature. But whatever the case may be, man, I'm excited to have you on board, Jonathan Dunn. Welcome to the squad. Glad to have you. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Metaphor writes, this stream is brought to you by Mad Dog 2020 and Heineken. Not Mad Dog 2020. Who's drinking that? Okay. Who's drinking that in 2022? Obviously someone is. That's why they still sell it, but it ain't readily available. That's for damn sure. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, Lou, on the real, I need to send you some of California's finest wine. What's your preference? I like Sarah personally. Lay off of that wild Irish rose. Yikes. Again, ain't nobody drinking no damn wild Irish rose. I know some of the best wine does come from California, but I'm more of a muscadine grape guy myself. So if you've got some great muscadine grape wine, some great muscadine wine out there, I'd love to try it. Sign me up. But yeah, I know California is known for their wine and their vineyards. So it'd be awesome. I don't know if you have any local wine out there that is of muscadine ilk, but I'd be open to trying it for sure. Thank you for the super chat. Big Money Sonny. Jay Divine. Stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. Jay Divine. Glad to have you. Looking forward to chopping it up with you in the future. Mob, you know what to do. Jay Divine is looking for some love. He need not look any further. You guys show him all the love that he could ever want and need, and embrace him and welcome him into this family of ours. Looking forward to chopping it up with you in the future. Jay Divine, welcome to the squad. All right. Let's see. Make sure I didn't just miss nothing. I didn't miss nothing. All right. Got one here from Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat, Metaphor. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, check this out. Take my money, my house, and my cars for the one hit of the playoffs. We can have it all. I was waiting for the Jodeci reference, right? He says, because winning chips every time we do, boys worse than drugs. Fully don't know how we do. I was waiting for that Jodeci plug. Just one. I knew it was coming. I didn't know when. There it is. All right. Fat the Truth American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fat the Truth American writes, don't believe Big Money Sonny. I'm fat as F, boy. Look, I don't know what to believe. It's on the internet. I'm just telling you. In my mind, I told you guys, people that I encounter the most, I come up with, if you don't have a thumbnail of a picture, and that picture may not even be a picture of you. Some people, put pictures of other people as their thumbnail, which is fine. I don't care. If you don't want people to know how you look, that's fine. Who am I to judge? If I don't know how you look, I put a face to your name, right? So I've already done that for you. And in my mind, every time you're fat American. And I saw one of your comments, and I think it said, and quote me if stop me if I'm wrong here, but one of the comments said, I'm not even American, I'm Mexican. So I don't even know what to believe anymore. Anyway, what is fat as F? Is it 380? If you're 5'3" and you're 380, that's fat as F. If you're 6'6" and you're 380, yeah, you're big, but you're not fat as F. So there's different levels to this. I don't have to know. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to disclose all of that. Just know that you don't get to decide what you look like in my mind. I've already done that. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, Zach Pascal for a 10-yard touchdown in the second quarter. Carson Wentz first touchdown pass in 2021. There you have it. He's now a Philadelphia Eagle. Is Zach Pascal. Maybe that's why that was his trivia question, because he's now a Philadelphia Eagle. That sounds about right. I mean, the Colts, that's the kind of receiving core they had. Zach Pascal is catching touchdown passes from Carson Wentz, and he might have been one of their better receivers last year. Obviously, their best receiver was Michael Pittman Jr., but there wasn't much after that. And people want to talk about the Colts having a really good supporting cast. Give me a break. Stop it. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Fat the Truth American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, just watched a hype video with Jahan and his hands. I've already said that the man had the best hands in the draft. So there's nothing you can tell me about his hands that's going to get me any more excited than I'm already am about him coming into the NFL. His hands were legit. You saw it in college. That was his best attribute. Yep, he's fast. Yep, he can run routes. His hands are A1 official. I love that because you're not always going to separate with your speed or your quickness. Sometimes guys are just going to be in the right spot, and you got to find a way to come down with the football. And when you got legit hands, they usually don't fail you. So I heard that the video that you're talking about is pretty good. But anyway, Johnny Boy 26, double up, thank you for doubling up, Johnny Boy 26. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I think B-Rob and Gibby can be a top 5 running back duo. I don't want to dismiss J.D. McKissick and his importance to this offense. Brian Robinson, I think, is going to be instrumental in the success of this team. He'll get his opportunities. I think he'll make the most of those opportunities. He may end up getting more opportunities. We'll see. But J.D. McKissick is also a huge part of this offense. I don't want to discount his contribution. Gibby and Brian Robinson are going to be really good. I don't know if they'll be good together as a pair, however, because to me, one is going to see the field in spite of the other, if that makes sense. So there won't be many opportunities where they're on the field together. If Brian Robinson's on the field, it's because Antonio Gibson is not. If Antonio Gibson's on the field, it's because Brian Robinson is not. I'm hoping that Gibby establishes himself as a legitimate top, 7 NFL running back this year. And he wasn't top 10, but I'm hoping he not only enters the top 10, but enters the top 7 and, shows the explosiveness that we felt like he had coming out of Memphis. He cut weight. He's down from 18% body fat to 12%. And so I'm hoping that he explodes this year. That's what I'm hoping. And if he does that, I think Brian Robinson is going to remain on the bench. And he'll get his opportunities, but it won't be very many, which is how I would prefer it. Because Peyton Barber was a guy that served a purpose and a role on his team, but it didn't come at the expense of Antonio Gibson. This is a little bit different because they think a lot higher of Brian Robinson than they did Peyton Barber. So, and Barber's and Gibson's a lot further along in his development than he was when Peyton Barber was here. Remember, he's a rookie when Peyton Barber was here. Now he's in his 3rd season as a running back, think he you know, we like to think that he's figured some things out. And now he's in the best shape of his life. So we'll see what happens. All right. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny. Right. As always, brother, we all appreciate what you do, homie. Can't wait for the season and to see you in the Discord. Wishing you happy times, healthy family, and great season, brother. I can't wait either. Bart Scott, can't wait. As soon as I get everything situated that I'm working on, I'm going to jump in that Discord, man, see what y'all up to, kind of figure out how to move in the Discord, how it works. So I'll be more comfortable. Right now, it's the great unknown for me. I still don't know what the hell's going on. And I'll try to organize something with you or someone else that can help me kind of navigate it and show me how the hell to use it, because I have no clue how to use Discords. And I may be interested in getting into some other Discords if this one works well, because I know of like cards. You know, I'm a card collector and I sell cards and things of that nature, or I'm about to sell cards. And there are so many Discord groups for that, but I have no idea what it does or how it works or any of that stuff that I would join in order to see if I can maximize, you know, my card collecting experience. So this would be really good for me, this Discord that you guys have created. I can't wait to get in there and figure out how it works. But likewise to you, wishing you and yours happy times. Hoping that you're healthy. I know you had the foot injury at one point and you're back on your feet now. So I'm hoping that you're healthy and doing the things that you love doing. And cheers to a great season, man. That's what it's all about. That's what tonight was about. Cheers. Let's do it. Fat the Truth American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I'm about 4'8", pushing 530, but run a 4'3", 40. See, I don't, because of that last line, I don't believe nothing you just said in that statement. 4'8", pushing 4'8", 530. I don't believe any of it, you know, because once you throw that 4'3" at the end, I'm like, okay, he bullshitting me again. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really know what to believe, man. Anyway, I digress. I can't with you, Fat American. That's why you my guy. I can't with you. Go ahead. Anyway. Gear Cell 1. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Gear Cell 1, writes, up late, just saw Snyder at the gym sporting a Tupac tat on his back and a Care Bear hugging. Tragic. I mean, what I really want you to see is Snyder. No, I shouldn't say that. That's not right. Never mind. I take that back. I didn't say it, so I'm not gonna say it. I just want his ass gone. I wouldn't be shocked if he's got some ridiculous tattoo somewhere on his body. That wouldn't shock me, Gear Cell. It truly wouldn't. God, I want him gone as our owner. He's so bad. And it's hard to imagine this team winning consistently. We can have one out-of-body experience year. That's how the league is set up. It's hard for me to see us sustaining that unless Carson Wentz somehow defies the odds and is just really good for us. A franchise quarterback can overcome a downtrodden franchise and lift it into, you know, relative into prominence. We've seen it done over and over again in this league. But I could see it. Snyder having some kind of whack tattoo. I could see that. Fat the Lie, Albert. Y'all never cease to amaze me with some of these names that y'all come up with to play off of somebody else's name. Fat the Lie, Albert. Thank you for the super chat. Who writes, I ain't fat either. Mama says I'm big boned. Hey. Hey, forget I just did that. Don't try that at home. Yeah, I mean, there's ways to make you feel better about adding a couple of pounds, and that's one of the ways. I ain't fat, just big bone. That's all. Who came up with that shit? Who raised you? As a wise man once said to me, who raised you? Anyway, I digress. Khalil Commanders. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Khalil Commanders. Thank you for becoming a member of the MOBB tonight. And thank you for doubling up. And thank you for the super sticker. Truly do appreciate you, Khalil Commanders. And thank you once again for the support and the super sticker. Washington Football Enjoyer. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Washington Football Enjoyer writes, how many times does Gibby fumble this season? We're hoping that number is none. That's the number you go into the season with. That's the number you are hoping to come out of the season with. And I'm going to say that Gibby only fumbles one time this season. Let's hope it's not a costly one. Every fumble you think is costly, but you don't always lose a fumble, right? If you're talking about how many fumbles does he lose, I say none, but I say he fumbles once, but we get it back. That's it. Anyway, I digress. The Truth American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, oh, you're right. It was 424.40. My bad. See, exactly. I knew something was off there. I didn't know if it was the 4.8, if it was the 5.80, or if it was the 4.3. Something just wasn't right there. It turned out to be the 4.3. It was really 4.24. Got you. The Truth American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Truth American writes, has your passion for this team dwindled at all? No, it hasn't dwindled. I've questioned why I'm so passionate about this team multiple times, but it hasn't dwindled. I can tell you, I'm not one of these fans that is going to, no matter what, be positive. Like, I'm watching the Ron Rivera interview on Facebook, and you got somebody, JP Finley asked a question. I don't know what he asked. It wasn't, none of the questions that were asked of Ron at his presser were negative to me. They were questions that they wanted answers from that, us as fans probably like, I wonder what he's going to say. Like, there were a couple of questions, maybe one or two where you go, okay, that's a little excessive. But again, they were follow-ups. I don't have a problem with them doing their job. So it wasn't one of those times where I'm like, y'all, the media whack, and this is why. I never got that vibe, right? Somebody in the comments section writes, JP Finley or JP negative. And I'm like, that's the type of person that's at the fall, Harvest Fest. That's the kind of fan that's at the draft party. That's the kind of fan that no matter what this organization does, they're going to support them blindly. When I went to that event, when Jason Wright spoke and they talked about the rebranding process, and there was a lot of fans there that no matter what, they're kind of like rose-colored glasses on, burgundy and gold glasses on. They see nothing but the organization. They think that this organization can do nothing wrong and that the rest of the league has it, wrong, and that, and I can't get with that. I'm not that blind as a fan to not be able to see what the hell's going on and understand that we got some shit with us. That said, a wise man also told me, because of some of the bullshit that somebody else is doing or what somebody else believes, why do I need to deprive myself of something that I enjoy? I love this shit. I love it. Why should I deprive myself of loving this team because the owner is a piece of shit? I shouldn't deprive myself of that. I can compartmentalize. F him. And I told you, when, first of all, I don't go to games, right? But now that I'm a season ticket holder, I am putting money in his pocket, right? And whatever money that is spent at the concession or parking for the people that get these tickets, they're putting money in his pocket. So indirectly, I'm putting money in his pocket. However, remember when Bruce Allen was there, I said, I'm not supporting this team. I'm not buying no merch. I'm not buying any tickets, none of that shit. I'm not putting a red cent in his pocket. I can compartmentalize, like, F Dan Snyder and what he stands for. It's hard to separate that, but with the football on the field and the front office, because it all bleeds together. It's under one umbrella, but I can do that. I don't give a shit. I know some people that said if we won the Super Bowl, it would pain them to see the commissioner or someone hand Daniel Snyder a trophy. I can tell you as a Washington fan, I don't want to see Daniel Snyder's sticky ass fingers on shit that has to do with this team. Nothing good. No NFC championship trophy, no Super Bowl trophy. I don't want to see him touching shit. But I'd be damned if I sacrifice my happiness and joy of seeing this team hoist the Lombardi all in the name of Daniel Snyder not being able to touch the shit. You see what I'm saying? So, no, my love for this team hasn't dwindled. There have been times where I question, why do I put up with this shit? Why? But I'm human, There's things that humans do that we can't explain. And this is something that makes me happy. So, no, it hasn't dwindled at all. Fat the Truth American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, if you could ask Ron one question, what would it be? Oh, that's simple. If I said it earlier, if you knew what you know now before you signed on the dotted line, would you have taken this job? That's the question I would ask. Without a doubt. So we've reached the end of the road. I thank each and every single one of you for chopping it up with me tonight. For those of you still out there, and it's still a hefty amount of you. It's 374 of you out there still. So that's a big number, more than I expected at this time of the night, but especially on the East Coast. But cheers to all of you that are left and to the season for Washington. May it be prosperous. May it bring us many, many wins, many exciting moments, many memorable moments. And may this season end with playoff victories, plural. Be nice to hoist the Lombardi, but let's not talk crazy. Let's just get to the postseason and see what happens. I'm all about it. Cheers. That's going to do it for me. Your man, Louie T, here on the Command Post Live. So be on the lookout tomorrow or tonight. I will be live with Rio on his stream with Ed and Rico. Should be a good one. I'll post to get you guys excited about it. Join us over there and chop it up with those guys. That should be a lot of fun. Thursday, we'll be back at it here live, Command Post. You'll get you'll get coverage from me every day that I'm in the office. You'll get coverage from me of camp. What's going on at camp, what's the word out on the street, what's going on. If we hear from players, if we hear from Rivera, you're going to hear from me. Command Post camp coverage almost every day. So stay tuned for that. That'll start tomorrow. You'll get a video from me tomorrow at some point talking about the first day of camp. And we'll go from there. Off and running we go. Today was condition drills, making sure everybody was in shape. And tomorrow we hit the practice field for the first time in training camp as it finally gets kicked off. July 27th through August 18th is camp for the Washington Commanders, their first camp of their new regime as the Commanders. Bart Scott can't wait. I am a Washington fan. Ashton Burgundy and gold. My Washington spirit will never die. Washington spirit will never fold. Until we meet again, hail or post up. And now take command. I got another super chat here. This one is from my guy, Big Money Sonny. He says, appreciate all of y'all. Thanks again, Lou. No, appreciate you, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for all that you do. You're the real MVP. You, Condo P, and all of those that continuously hold the kid down. Really do truly appreciate all of you. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, remember to stay. You're not alone. It wouldn't be a good send-off without another Jodeci reference. Please stay, baby. Hey. Anyway, that's going to do it for me, your man, Louie T. Condo P, dropping the Discord link in the stream. So on your way out, if you're interested, I don't know if they're going to really, head over to Discord or not. But for those of you that want to, there's the link there in the comment section. Until next time, you guys take care. God bless. And as always, good night.